I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you. Ding dong, trick or treat. I was knocking at your door every week, and I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea, and I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language, if you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you. But you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart not fell running in the trash. Now I'm scolding and paroling the Instagram feed. No more trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching, man, I'm drinking jealousy like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking about you, muffin. When
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? You having a good day? Thinking about you.
She's an angel, like a food cake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a
E-boy.
Feel my diamonds, hey, I know I'm a bad boy.
Yeah, boy. Chat, I got some good news for you, by the way. We were meant to be with a ring pop. I'll get down on one knee, marry me. Woo! Hello, chat. All right, chatters, listen. I got some good news. One, we are ready to prestige mining, chat. So we're gonna start off the stream by going absolutely insane. I think this is gonna be fun. You guys are gonna love this. Two, I set up 3 traps last night before going to bed. And I don't think any of them got a kill. So, fun fact about that. Not gonna lie, a little bit bummed out. And one of them almost got a kill, but watching the clip of it just didn't work, which is weird. And I want to show you guys like what happened, because I want to see if I did in fact screw this up. So here, let's open up the recordings. Okay, let's see. Where is the one I'm looking for? It's probably this one. Here, I'm gonna find the recording, chat, because I want to watch me set it up. Do they need to take damage to go under? I'll explain in a moment. Hold on. Teleport. Okay, here I am. Okay, I found me setting one up. I'm just not sure if I set it up correctly. So I'm gonna do some quick scrolling. Let's see. All right, did I mess it up? What? No shot. Chat? I think we've been sabotaged. Chat, I think our trap was sabotaged. Hold on a second. Okay, I'm gonna show you the trap. Ready? All right. Here's the clip. I set up a trap in Tubbo's base. Okay? Now this is what I set up. Okay? I thought this would be perfect. I'll put 2 chairs. Now originally I called this the straight slab. And then I was like, nah, I won't call it that. I'll just call it the not gay slab. And this was the gay chair. And so the purpose of it, chat, you'll notice, look at this. Okay? Goes down, drops, and then you got a trap all the way down there. Right? So, and then under this one, I put a chest. So the thought process was, here's what I was hoping for. So I need to explain this, chat. So originally, I wanted Tubbo to sit in it. Okay? I wanted him to sit in this chair. I thought it's Tubbo. If he sees it, I was in a call with someone while making this. I was like, if it's Tubbo and he sees it, he's totally gonna sit in this one. And when he sits in it, like, he'd find it funny. It's Tubbo. He's just gonna sit in it and then go wee and fall down. Guess what I discovered, chat? They fixed the bug of sitting in the chairs. It's literally like they were camping my stream and they fixed it because it doesn't work anymore. So, set that aside. I said, fudge. Okay, well, I put don't look under each one. And under here, I put a chest with some golden apples in it. And then under here, I set this up so that when Tubbo would see it, he'd go, oh, and he'd try and go down it and then would fall. Ah! And go splat. However, I watched his stream, chat. And there was a block right here. But I didn't leave one there. So, I don't know what happened. Maybe I patched it later, but it was very disconcerting to watch it on stream. So, I don't know. I'm very concerned about that. Yes. So, did someone come over here, see it, fall down, and patch it for me? Someone must have patched it. So, somebody messed up the chair. Or think about it. Here. So let's go ahead and see where, let's see if this one, I want to show you guys my 2 other traps that I set up. Okay. Because there's 2 more. Player list, teleport. Okay. Another one I did was I took and put a zombie right on the inside of this door. I thought I found one with an axe, and I thought if someone walked through, it would kill them. That one didn't work because I checked and it was gone. So, let's check down here again because this is a little bit after, so you can see I tweaked it. Yeah, chat. Somebody found it and patched it. Somebody purposefully put a block under it, or Tubbo just didn't go down enough. That is unfortunate, chat. So either somebody found it and almost died for it. I think we're gonna go investigate that on the realm. Then I did another trap over here. Now, oh, it's not there. No, here it is. Okay, I'll show you this one, chat. This one was clever. And I'll illustrate it for you. Basically, oh, I know what you're thinking, chat. Oh, it's just a giant pit with lava at the bottom. No, it's not lava. There's a honey block under it. You see, chat, if you fall into the lava cauldron, you can't jump out of it. So someone would land in it, try to climb out, and they would be stuck, unable to climb out. And they'd be like, just burning to death. And then they'd eventually die. So you cannot climb out of it. It's impossible. Now they could theoretically teleport out of it, but they may not be paying attention. So it's a great trap for that. But I'm very discouraged, chat. I'm a little discouraged. I was hoping this one would get people, but nobody went down it far enough. And if you peek through it, I saw the clips. If you peek through it enough, you can kind of see the lava. So, I don't know. So disconcerting, chat. So 3 traps that all didn't work. Hold on. I'm going to go check. I got to check this. Hold on. All right, let's check my Realm footage from earlier. So I went and checked, and I'm so frustrated, chat, that this one didn't work. What? There's no block, chat. Oh my gosh. Tubbo just didn't go down far enough. I can't believe this! Tubbo! All you had to do was go down a little bit more. Why didn't he go down? Dang it! He keeps slipping away. Son of a gun! I don't think you fall through scaffolding when you're shifting like that. Maybe that's it. Maybe he was genuinely just shifting. Son of a gun, chat! I didn't know that.
Oh, I saved your life. Thanks. See, that's what I do.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Ah!
Hello.
Hopefully it doesn't grow from that.
Hello.
Hi.
You made it right on time.
Yep.
I
You were
did?
suffocating.
You're
Yeah.
trying
I
to die?
suffocated. Yep.
Yeah.
The purple
He
got me
eated
good.
himself inside.
Alright, well.
Mm. Wait, did anyone hear that?
No. Oh, the water?
So,
There's water flowing under
apparently,
you.
No.
apparently, Red got their, wasn't there something here earlier?
Like what? Like a
I
crystal?
I was gonna
Okay.
investigate it. No, it's like a scaffold.
Oh, yeah, it was here
Oh
somewhere.
yeah, there
Where'd
was a
it
trap. I
go?
covered it.
Is it a trap right here?
There's like lava. No! Oh,
There it
I
is.
forgot!
Oh,
Oh.
there is.
Well, I'm confused how it works. Does this drop you into lava?
Well, if it just drops you into lava, can't you just like climb out?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm
but it
thinking.
could have just been like a Hail Mary attempt.
Some last minute theatrics.
Oh, Snoozer's going down. Foolish,
Snoozer,
you
let
should
us know
go
what's
down
down
it.
there.
See what's at the bottom.
Well, I'm confused.
Oh, yeah.
So,
I-
like, there has to be more to it than just like dropping into lava,
Yeah,
right?
it's gotta just be lava. So I feel like you should just go down.
Luna!
Like if it's just lava, you should be fine, right? Yeah, look, it's just
Oh.
lava.
Wait.
Look at that.
Oh.
Interesting. Huh.
Is it only?
It must be only lava, because it's just lava at the bottom. Are you trying to push me in?
Yeah, it should
You know
be a
what?
simple
I'll go
jump,
down.
really.
I'll jump down
Oh,
if one
jump
of
down
you
it.
wants to jump down with me.
Well, actually, I don't like that idea. That idea sounds worse.
Well, it's just lava. So
You should all
I mean,
jump together.
Yeah, but you're then gonna place a pillar thing, a stalagmite.
I
Actually,
will
no, probably
not
not
do
just lava.
that.
Dude, there's definitely a stalagmite down there. There's no way it's just lava.
There is literally
Maybe
no
underneath it?
stalagmite. I'm checking.
It's probably so it's probably lava, and then you land on the stalagmite.
No, there's no stalagmite.
The stalagmite's
Oh.
under the lava.
Oh, they could be because lava doesn't give you like a fall damage buff or something like water does. You'll just
Oh,
go straight
yeah,
through.
that might be it. But why wouldn't they put water then at the bottom? Why would they put lava if that was the case?
Huh? So you take that extra tick of damage.
Yeah, but even water wouldn't slow you down enough.
Yeah, but
Just
with
jump
one-shot
down it,
protection-
foolish. You'll have fun.
It sounds like you made
Here.
this trap.
Let's ask the snails when they come back up.
You know
They're coming back
exactly.
up.
You know exactly why.
Where'd they
this is
go?
as it is.
Snails, come back!
Oh no, the snails are taking a dip in the lava.
Oh, there's a keeper
Oh, no, they're
down
right
there.
here. They're right here.
Oh, Snoozer. Okay, Snoozer, was there a stalagmite down there?
Oh.
Snoozer
No?
says
Oh, okay.
no. Luna says no. It's safe to go down. Let's go, guys. Come on. Who
There's
wants
still
to go
no
first?
reason to jump down that hole.
Yeah, it's not like
there's-
a prize or treasure or anything.
What if there is though? What if someone put treasure down there?
Okay,
Imagine. That would
We-
be cool.
Think about it.
not today, but we need to be rid of this gravel-only road.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
We should.
We're better
Oh,
than
look,
this. We're
they're
better than
jumping.
this.
They're
Dangerous.
jumping down. They love it down there. Look at that.
Well, yeah, they can do whatever they want.
Just go down the hole. It's safe. Luna, is it safe to go
You
down?
should do it. You should give it a try.
Luna says it's safe. I'll go down if you
Okay.
guys go down.
Bad. If I jump down it and I die, you have to die.
That's crazy. I didn't put this here. Why should I die?
You said it's safe.
I just want to go down for fun.
Then you go down.
Here, I'll go down and investigate. Okay.
Okay.
But if it's here, I'll just use some water to go down. There we go. How about that?
But then the lava will turn into obsidian.
Oh, that's true. Foolish. Why don't you just ride some water down then?
No.
Why not?
Because then you're gonna drop an anvil on me.
What if I promise not to drop an anvil on you?
You'll drop something else.
I promise not to drop anything on you.
Something will happen to me that you'll interfere with.
I promise I will not drop any. I will not influence you in any way. I will not purposely aim for your death in any way, okay?
That sounds believable to me. That sounds pretty good.
I do not want to limit test this hole knowing that you know of it.
I promise there's no TNT down there or anything like TNT. Just go down, it's fun.
No.
It does look pretty fun.
Look, you can ride
down.
water. I'm not gonna drop anything on you. I won't shoot
I
an
don't
arrow
care.
down.
There could be so many different things. There could be creepers down there and boats.
There's
there could
no
be
creepers.
Blow up things.
There's nothing that's gonna blow up and kill you like that.
I don't know. I don't know everything. Wait. Whoa. What's happening? Luna? What are you doing?
Luna's
you looking for
helping me
traps?
build.
Oh, are you
Helping me build
texturing?
the bed,
Oh,
yeah.
feel free. Oh, that's good. Very good.
Yeah,
So,
Luna's a texture queen. Look at her.
Yeah. Just texture away. Oh, thank goodness.
If I go down, will you come down?
No.
What? Well, that's ridiculous. If I go down, you should come down.
I don't want anywhere near you in the hole.
I'm telling you, it's safe. There's nothing down there.
No. You cannot tell me there's some drop to bedrock and tell me it's safe. There's nothing down
You
there.
know what? I'm going down.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, he's gonna go down the hole. Do it.
Come on, Foolish. It's safe.
No.
Just come down.
Why don't you want to go inside that hole? The cauldron.
Did I just hear the word cauldron, chat? Uh-oh. That's not good. Oh! You son of a gun! They tried. They tried to kill me. They tried to kill me, Snoozer. They tried to kill me, Snoozer. That's an attempt on my life. Foolish will have to die now. Don't shake your head. He has to now. What's the word? Reciprocity or something like that? Payback. A lot of people don't know that an anvil or dripstone doesn't do damage unless you land on it, specifically. They covered the top, Snoozer. They covered the top. Come on. We gotta go this way. This is ridiculous, Snoozer. We live in a society. Come on. Up we go. How are you doing, Snoozer? I hope you're having a good day. My day's going all right. Thankfully, there's weak people like Foolish nearby, so I can't die to creepers. +1. All right. Have we prestiged it? No, chat. We're about to.
So
Foolish!
What?
Foolish! There's a book in a chest down there.
Okay.
I read it. Apparently the keepers left it.
How do we know?
I don't know. It just says it's from the keepers. It's fascinating.
Okay, and what did it say?
I don't think I should tell you.
Oh, okay.
It's for curious minds only, apparently. But yeah, so the lava was directly over a sign, and beneath it was water. So like, you know how you fall through lava and you land in water?
Yeah.
It was like curious mind, but it told me to leave the book down there, so I left it down there.
So is the book also a trap?
No, I think it's only for it's for like, if I'm guessing if you had the curiosity to go in it and take a peek, you got to read the book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was kind of neat, but it gave some warning about what's gonna happen. So
Okay, and what's the warning?
I kind of can't tell you. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, you can go down there and check yourself, but
Oh no, I'm cool.
no, go for it. I feel like you should.
No, I'm like
Chip!
totally fine.
No! Give me that one back! Give me that one back, Chip! I did not get the warning! I had no clue you were here! Chip, give me that one back! I need that one back! I'm not grinding! No! No! Chip, no! There were no! That's level 100! You give me that one back, Chip! Give me that one back!
Yeah,
I demand
dude,
a refund! That is not my fault! That is ridiculous. That's it. Foolish has to die. That's the only thing that'll make me happy. Come here, Foolish.
That's crazy. I had nothing to do with it. I had nothing to do
Come
with
here.
it.
I have to now.
Stay away from me. Stay away from me. Go
Die!
get your level back.
If I don't get a refund, then you have to die, Foolish.
What level did you lose? What level did you lose?
100 mining, Foolish.
Oh, okay. Just swing a pickaxe around. That's like the easiest thing ever.
The only thing that will satisfy me is your blood. Come here.
What? Okay, you're just
Just
weirdo.
die.
You're a freak.
Get
You're a
over
freak.
here.
Stay away
Hold
from me. Don't
still.
touch me. Don't touch me.
Hold
You're gross.
still.
You're
Snoozer
gross.
told me to
You're
kill
gross.
you while we were at the
You're
bottom of the
weirdo.
hole.
You're gross. Stop
Snoozer
it.
said
Stop it.
kill
Don't look at me.
Foolish.
Don't look-
I knew you were gonna
Don't
do
look at
that.
me.
I literally,
Well, yeah,
I know
of
there's a
course. Of
trap
course
there,
I did.
Foolish. I know there's
Yeah,
a
of
trap
course you
there.
knew.
Just
Yeah,
die.
of course you knew.
Come here.
You saw me whip out the shovel.
Yeah. No, I just knew there was a trap there. I saw Peggy make it. Come
Oh,
here.
I think everyone knows this trap is here.
Yes, I also saw someone die in it. Come here. That's six. That's what. You son of! You're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill me. You have to die now.
You're trying to kill me.
You're trying to kill me
You're
first.
actively swinging an axe at me.
You started. You didn't go down my trap. I wanted you to fall down my hole.
So it was your hole.
It was a trap, and it would have been really funny, but you didn't go down it. Instead, you
Why
covered
would
it
I?
up. Come here and die.
Yeah, that makes sense. I covered up a trap.
And now you have to die for it.
What? Because
You
I
owe me
covered
a
your
death.
hole?
Exactly, because you
What?
covered my hole. You have
What
to die.
makes you think I would have fell for that?
I wanted you to go in it.
I know, clearly. It was so clear as day you wanted me to go in it.
Why didn't you?
Because there was nothing safe about it.
Well, you've got
Also, it
5
was so
lives. That's one
obvious.
too many.
It was so obvious it wasn't just lava.
Come here.
Huh.
You just gonna stand here?
Well,
fun
do you know
if you
how I
don't
was
run.
hoping? I was hoping I would get you to try to teleport,
Uh-huh.
but then you didn't.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Come here. Hey!
Dude, the grapple could hurt. The grapple could hurt.
Come here, Foolish.
Whew, whew, whew.
Look, just die. I promise it won't hurt.
Dude, maybe come up with a more clever trap.
It was pretty clever. You wouldn't.
How is it clever?
Listen, there was a cauldron with lava at the bottom, and there was honey beneath it. So if you had fallen into it, you wouldn't have been able to jump out.
So wait, it was strictly a lava only? No stalagmite?
Yeah, no stalagmite.
How would I die to that?
So you would have taken the one-shot protection, would have been triggered by the fall, right? And then the lava would have started burning you, and you would have tried to jump out of it, but you would have died. So, because you wouldn't have been able to jump out of it.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, no, you can't jump out of, you wouldn't have been able to get out. Like, no way.
But I'm good with honey.
No, it doesn't matter. Like, you wouldn't have been able to.
But I have an ender pearl, so like...
Yeah, if you'd, like, now that you know that, you maybe tossed an ender pearl, but you wouldn't have tossed an ender pearl. You would have tried to climb out.
What? No, I would have just tossed the ender pearl.
No, you would have tried to climb out, and you would have been really confused. Stop trying. That's it. If you're going to try and kill me, I'm going to try and kill you.
Hey! No, there's a way difference, okay? You're going about it like a brute, okay?
Like a brute?
I'm at least... Yeah, a little piglin brute swinging around your axe. At least I'm trying to be a creative little fox with it.
You're not trying to be creative.
You almost fell for my trap.
That's not your trap.
What
This
if
is
I'm
a
leading you into
hole.
one right now?
All right, lead me to it. Chip, kill him.
There's one at the end of the bridge you can fall in.
Okay.
Huh.
Also, you tried to drop an anvil on me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pretend to be innocent, pal. You tried to kill me. What if that had killed me?
It wouldn't have, though.
They might have.
You wouldn't have died to a single anvil.
No, I would have possibly died.
No.
You don't know.
Yep.
So depressed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, this snail thing got more corrupted.
The sewerage. Chip. Appeal to the keepers. Get me that 100. Yes! There was no warning, Chip. That's like, look, I could earn that back, but I don't want to sit there and grind for like 10 minutes to do that. That's ridiculous. Yes! Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have some escargot later. What was that? Okay, well, since you don't want to follow my trap, I'm upset. So, I'm gonna have to make the next traps way more deadly. But it looks like Red already got a trap, apparently. They killed somebody. Who'd they kill?
AMZ.
Oh, nice. That's wild.
Some book trap or something. I still am a little confused at how it works or what happened. Or I don't really know.
No, it kind of works out.
Something about a lectern book on a hill and then a hole and then falls down into the hole and then blows up into a blow up.
Oh, maybe they put a, I think lecterns give a redstone signal when you read them.
I don't know, something like that.
Nice. All right, well, good for you. Good for you.
Good for me.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What?
I mean, whoever did it. Who did it?
We also don't know.
Well, if it was AMC who died, there's one person I can think of who I think would do it.
Well, the trap maybe could have been for anyone, though. I don't think it was necessarily for AZ.
Oh, that's fair.
All right, here we go. I don't know why this hole was just left for so long.
No, that's true.
Someone could fall.
Is this coarse dirt?
Huh? No, it's regular dirt.
Are you sure? Stand right
Yeah.
on it.
I was thinking the same thing.
yeah. Well, I mean,
But
I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't thinking anything. Do you want some
It would have been
honey?
too tough to... Honey? No.
It's good for you.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure it is the way you guzzle it down.
I do. I guzzle honey every day.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because it's good. It's
You
good
said,
for
like-
you.
You said like in quotes. Like
Okay.
I guzzle.
Guzzle. I'm a
Guzzle's a good word though.
I'm a guzzler. Are you a guzzler? Felix? Are you a guzzler?
Man, you're really tickled by this.
It is kind of funny.
No, definitely not as much of a guzzler as you.
No, I think you're a big guzzler. It just look, you can guzzle things other than honey. You can guzzle soda. You can guzzle Mike's Hard Lemonade. You can guzzle. You can guzzle water.
No, like you might think I'm a guzzler, but I've seen you guzzle, pal. Okay, and it doesn't
Yeah.
come close to your guzzling power.
Hey, I saw you guzzle. What was that? Whataburger? Yeah, I've seen you guzzle. Don't try and pretend you haven't guzzled.
Don't pretend like you haven't either, pal. Okay.
Yeah.
You're over here throwing guzzler accusations everywhere
Oh
when
my
you need to look
goodness.
within.
Why does the word guzzler sound like brain rot slang? Like it just sounds like it.
Guzzler.
That's gonna be the next brain rot word that people
Probably
say.
because you're
using.
thinking of like Rizzler or something.
Yeah. Do you have Riz? Do you guzzle?
Dude, do you guzzle? Why you say like a gremlin?
All brain
Do you
rots
guzzle?
like that.
Dude, that's gonna be you though. You can be known as the guzzler.
The guzzler.
Yeah.
What, like the what's that thing from oh my goodness. The Lorax. That
The
sounds like
Onceler?
yeah, the Onceler. You're not the Onceler, you're the guzzler.
Yeah, dude. That can be
That's awesome.
your next arc on this server.
What, become the guzzler?
Become the guzzler. The guzzlord.
Just carry honey with me?
Yeah, like you spread honey.
Should I replace
Yes.
your entire roof with honey?
No. Listen, that might be doing the most. It's not even like my build either.
I feel like that'd be
So I
kind of
can't
cool.
really-
What do you think, Chap? Honey? Honey roof?
No.
Chip likes the idea of a honey roof.
Chip doesn't know anything about anything.
That's a
Yeah.
crazy thing to say. Chip has
Wait,
feelings,
that's
you know.
true. The
What?
Guzzlord is a Pokemon.
Really?
Yeah, you look up Guzzlord. It's like a newer one. I don't know exactly what
All right, let me look it up. Lord.
It feels like it could have easily been like a setup for something. It's like you don't want to look at.
Oh yeah, he's totally a guzzler.
Yeah, to search up Guzzlord. It's a Pokemon.
With an insatiable appetite. Okay, Pokemon names are now just totally like, they're totally just like words, and then they're just like, just add something at
Well,
the end of it.
You know, it was only, you can only cycle through so many animals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Honestly, Guzzlord would be a great title.
The Guzzlord? The
The
Guzzlord?
Guzzlord. Yeah.
Listen, I
Insatiable
think
appetite.
wait, why have you never set up a base in the Nether?
You can't put water in the Nether.
Oh, that why? That's kind of the...
Yeah, it's just like. Plus, I feel like it's too easy to like discover because people go there for like to mine stuff.
Oh, well, I'm not saying like a hidden one, but what if you like right out here, just make yourself like an evil little home?
Well, that's why I'm building an evil little home right there.
That's not little. Have you worked on it at all?
Oh yeah, I'm doing the front of it. You want to come check this out?
Oh wait, I'll give it a look. Dude, I just realized I am hungry.
Nice
I
to
am
meet
a
you,
hungry
hungry.
Eppo.
I'm bad. Wait, you're hungry. Are you saying you need to guzzle something?
Well, listen, I don't know if I like that if you're like the Guzzlord now.
Do you need to guzzle? So yeah, have you seen the texturing I did?
Oh, wait, yeah, we were all looking at it, a group of us yesterday. We were like, oh yeah, this is like a nice start.
Yeah, look at how big it is. You can kind of see the outline.
Yeah, we all saw the outline. We also then, we kind of had our doubts.
Doubts?
Like our doubts of like, how's he going to get this one done in a timely manner?
This one, ironically, is easier to build than the cathedral because it's all like squares. Plus, I figured out a resource pipeline to get stuff for it.
Yeah, we saw that too.
Yeah, isn't that neat? So basically,
kind of,
it
like,
flows out.
Put the pieces together. We're like, oh, this is where he's getting blocks.
Pretty neat. I need to
Wait,
fill this
so-
in. Hey, while you're here, get to work. Grab some dirt and just start filling.
Oh, but it would kind of be intuitive, initiative.
No. It's fine. Come on. It's fun. Just like you just go boop, just like that.
Wait, why do you have to fill? Why are you filling it in?
Cause I have to fill it in.
Just like build like a layer over it.
No, then there'll be hollow spaces. Foolish.
Then like if you're worried about mob zone, just like place the torch down.
No, I'll know the hollow spaces are there.
You won't. You'll literally forget about them. You'll forget about them.
No, I'll remember them.
No, you won't.
I literally will.
You-
They'll be there.
Are using up so much time.
That's why I need your help. Come on, grab some dirt. I only, ironically, like you see that bit over there, I filled all that in, and that only took me like an hour. And this is like less dirt. I think if you and I work together, we could probably fill this up in like 30 minutes.
I will grab 2 stacks of dirt. Oh, my reach isn't as far.
You gotta upgrade. Foolish. You gotta upgrade your building. You would love the reach thing. It is so convenient.
What level is it?
It's really low. What's your build stat at right now?
So maybe I do have it. Why was I
Check.
not able to reach it and you were?
Do you have it
Wait.
upgraded?
So there's an upgrade version.
Yeah, upgrade. You need to go Grasp of the Artisan, level 40.
Oh, I'm level 38.
All right, so you have to build till you're level 40. There we go. And then upgrade it, and you're gonna love this. It's so awesome. It gives you like crazy reach. It just makes everything more convenient. And it'll make building easier for you.
Oh, I don't need to.
No, I think you would like it. I think you'd feel like building more.
No. I've been having a great time, honestly, not like really building anything.
Yeah, but I feel like you're missing out.
No, like I've been quite content just being a little bridge road keeper.
Okay, but once you get here, let me show you something really cool. Do you know about this one? So you can place blocks like this and this.
I don't know.
Like, look at that. Oh, you didn't
what?
look at this. Ready?
What?
It's
What
so
even is that?
convenient. It's the building ability. It's called Line Master. It's
I
really
left
cool.
a hole.
That is not good, and it hurts me inside.
Like one single hole. Like one single hole I just left.
You know what we
Wait,
could do?
this
We
takes
could
forever.
Here, let's just work from the bottom up. How about that?
You work from the bottom up.
No, just fill in the bottom spaces.
I thought I'd be level 40 by now. But I'm not.
What level are you?
38.
Keep
Dirt
going.
gives me nothing.
You gotta get to level 40. Just keep placing dirt to your level 40.
I'm over it, dude. I'm gonna get level 39 and I'm gonna scram.
No, foolish. I'm telling you, you'll re-inspire your passion for building.
No, trust me. I've done good. Like if Bridge and Road didn't do it, I don't know what would.
I feel like you need to build like a village. I feel like a village is on your menu.
Oh no, definitely not.
Hey, if I fill the castle or build this castle, you want to build the interior?
No,
Like,
no,
'cause
that's
it's-
like my.
No, it's gonna be like a
historically-
courtyard. So
Yeah, no, I hate interior.
no, it's gonna be like a courtyard. So it'll be a bunch of like smaller buildings.
Yeah, no, that's no good. I don't like
No?
if something's inside something.
Okay, well you can help me build it. I'll give you partial ownership.
Oh no, like I'm fine. I don't even want that.
Why don't you build a mansion? I know you love mansions.
No, I don't need to build a mansion, a castle, a tower, a statue. None of those right now. I'm still
Why don't
quite
you build
fine.
a smaller Titan?
No, see, because then it'd be like, what's the point? I've made some really cool big Titan. I don't want to make then some little Titan.
You know, doesn't the king need a statue? I feel like you should build a statue.
Oh man, I hope someone gets on that.
Yeah, I think you should.
Oh, no, it wouldn't be very kingly to make my own statue.
No, I feel like you should totally do that because I feel like everybody wants you to do that. I heard people talking about it.
No.
Oh my goodness, you're just a hater now.
I'm not a hater. I comfortably went into retirement.
What happened to the foolish who builds?
He's dead now.
No, he's not dead. He's just snoring.
No, he's like very much. Man, you have so many phantoms on you.
Yeah, this is really irritating. I think phantoms are the most annoying mob on this server. I need to move a bed over here.
Oh.
What?
I need to go.
You're gonna leave me just like that?
Yep, it's Super Bowl day.
Oh. Wait, oh yeah, it is. You're gonna watch the them throw around the old turkey ball, eh?
The very one.
Nice. All right.
The very one. But
Well,
yeah,
you have-
I
you have fun with
overstayed,
that.
so I need to go. Oh no, don't blow up. Oh. Sorry.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna go sleep. So get out
Okay.
of here and
I'll
go
see
build
you-
something.
No, in fact, I'm logging off the opposite building.
Well, I mean later build something.
No, definitely not. I'll
You have
just see
to.
you tomorrow or tomorrow.
See ya. Come on, Chip. I gotta go sleep. And then we have to what's the word? Flipping phantoms, the most annoying mob outside of whatever it's called. Okay, chat. I don't think Chip is gonna refund that mining level. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh my gosh. Flipping Chip, you ragamuffin. Take your level or your apple, you gremlin. Right there. No, right there. It's right there. There you go. Alright, let's go do some mining, chat. Ugh. I don't even have any TNT on me! I have to go to the old base. Alright, we're gonna go to the old base. We're gonna go to the old base. And then, are the stars back? Holy crap! Oh, it's because of shaders. That's why. Yeah, it's the shaders. Okay, so here's the thing. We're gonna go to the old base. Chat, or the new base, I guess, is a more accurate depiction. I'm so upset none of my traps worked. Happy 43 months! Your angel, hi! Your angel tigger, hi! How are you doing? Hello. That's a crazy amount of time. Oh my gosh. Holy muffin. That's a long time. Oh my goodness. 43 months, chat. What the muffin? Thank you for the sub. Let me turn some music on. Thank you for the 43 months. What a crazy streak, chat. Thank you. Hi, Badboyhalo. I'm good as well. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, we have to go to the old base. Someone's up there. Hello? Ah! Come on in, Chip. All right.
Quack.
Okay, where do we go? Here we go. In here, come on, Chip. Okay. We have to grab TNT. Then we're gonna go back to the mines, chat. So we just need a ton of TNT. So last night, chat, I got my mining levels just like crazy high. All right, let's grab the TNT. All right, and we need a flint and steel. Where's the flint and steel? I had one. Also, chat, fun fact, I got my smithing really high. Valtop smithing. Look at that, chat. We're level 100. So I can now craft the best armor in the game. Chip, where you at? Chip? Where'd Chip go? There you are, Chip. All right, come on, Chip. We gotta go to the mines. To the mines. Yep, we can now get legendary netherite without a green apple. Isn't that crazy, chat? And with a green apple, we can get like crazy stuff. Look at that. And I don't even think it's possible to prestige again. Yeah, we literally cannot prestige it again. Come on, Chip. Let's go. Foolish! Thank you for the raid. Hello, Foolish enjoyers. You are just in time to witness the craziest thing ever. I hope you had a good stream with Foolish. He's off to watch arguably one of the most boring things ever. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If you like football, good for you. And I know Foolish loves football. Which, good for you, Foolish. I'm not a football person. So. But, yeah, you guys have fun. I know you'd rather watch Foolish than watch football, so that's fair. Come on, Chip. Catch up. Welcome. You're just in time to watch the masterpiece of me prestiging mining. Come on, Chip, down here. Chip? Did Chip just vanish? Chip heard the Super Bowl was going on and said, wait, what? Super Bowl? I want to watch the Super Bowl. Are we going to do the TNT method? Yes, we are. Thank you, your angel, for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Welcome, Foolish Raiders. Did you guys enjoy the stream? Guys, I had 3 traps set up last night before I went to bed. None of them got a kill. Foolish saw one. I thought people would be interested enough to go down scaffolding. But I think because Red was still hunting for a kill. Hey, Chip, there you are. Come on, Chip. We're going down. We're going down to the mines, Chip. Whee! Uh-oh. What's happening? But I think because people are still, like, paranoid for Red, I think what that caused, chat, is everybody was just really paranoid about doing anything weird or new. So I was really upset that Foolish didn't fall for it, but also it kind of made sense he didn't, because I wouldn't go down some random scaffolding either. So I don't know. It ends up making sense to me. We got to go to the bottom, chat, for this to work. Next time, surely. Ha, only mining 98. How newbie? Chip took a level. Don't pretend, chat. Literally, this goblin took a level, okay? Don't try and pretend you didn't see it, okay? Don't try and pretend. Okay, we have to go all the way to bedrock. We're also going to get a ton of diamonds here. That's the plan. Okay, sorry. Don't cry. Just, what the fudge? Mods, get ready to ban that ragamuffin. I'm just kidding. Anyway, I'm very discouraged by this. But don't worry. It actually, you know what's funny? Losing that level actually works out. It gives you guys the opportunity to see the process. Come on, Chip. We gotta go in this direction. Keep up. Hi. Oh, wait a minute, Chip. Something fishy is going on. Never mind. How deep does that go? Doesn't go that deep, Chip. Good. How are you? Whoa! Come on, Chip. Keep your eyes peeled. Oh, Chip. Good chopping. Good for you. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Okay, we're gonna mine in a straight line. Come on. I'm gonna try. Oh, fudge. Never mind. Alright, Chip. Come here, Chip. Here. Go ahead and squeeze by me. So you can go over here. Come on. Stand over there. Okay, now I'm gonna do this, Chip. Follow along. Now this isn't the main technique, chat. I am just mining you. Sorry, chat. I literally did not see another message. Oh, Chip can walk in that one block space. I didn't know that. Alright. Here we go. Boop. Okay. I'm just mining you. Oh! You are mining too? We're both mining, Chip. Here we go. Okay, then I do this, Chip. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the Chip approved method, by the way, chat. This is not the main method for this, but because of Chip being here is the only way I can do it where I won't have like run into Chip. So this isn't the normal way to do it. So it's way less satisfying. All right, Chip, come over here. We're gonna watch the fireworks. So you gotta stand over here, Chip. Go ahead and stand over here so we can be safe. All right, lighten it up. Oh. I didn't think about that. Ah! All right. Look at it go. Look at it go. All right, now we look for diamonds. Here's 1 diamond. Literally, no, it was 2. Any more diamonds? I don't see any more. Nice. And that is it. All right, Chip. Here, we're gonna try another technique. Chip, now that I know you can follow, I can do this technique. Now that I know you can go over a 1 block hole. So this is what we were doing yesterday, chat. No, I'm chopping. Bad never reads chat. What did I miss, chat? I do read chat. Don't listen to them. Did you guys have a good Foolish stream, by the way? Chip, are you stuck? Oh, no, you're good. Come on, Chip. What did I miss, chat? I'm reading your messages. What? Oh, yeah, no, I'm very bad to have chat. I literally have 1 brain cell when it comes to stuff like this. Okay, Chip, hold on. Like, I literally have 1 brain cell. I can't multitask for the life of me, so don't expect me to. I actually can't. Like, it's impossible. I'm like a really fast processor, but only single-threaded. Single-threaded. That's a me. Is the brain cell in the room with us right now? What is this? What is this? Doozers, do you see this? This is what I have to deal with on a regular basis. Getting harangued by my chat or harassed and ragamuffin. Okay, which way should we go, Chip? Let's go this way. Time to vacuum. That's the message he reads. Just watch. Everybody's gonna say that. That's the message he reads. So what about vacuuming? That's what you guys sound like. No, but your accuracy in reading is deteriorating. This is ridiculous, Chip. This is what I have to deal with. Okay, chat. This should be enough. Chip, hurry. Ready? I'm gonna light it, then we gotta back up. Back up, Chip. Come on. Here, come over here, because I gotta get around you. Ooh, fudge. Alright, let's chase it, Chip. Come on. Follow it. I tried to do enough to push us to 100. Oh, never mind. Hold on, Chip. Oh, careful. Oh, Chip, wait. Ooh. Ah! Ooh, run, Chip. Come on, Chip. If you don't keep up with it, ooh, it does not. I don't actually need the diamonds anymore, chat, because I basically have smithing 100% maxed. So, like, there is no way to go higher in smithing now. Well, that's not true. There is another way, but it's like you have to achieve, like, Nirvana or something like that to do it. Whoa! That is a lot of diamonds in this area. Holy fudge. There's so many diamonds just hanging out there. Oh, we're so close, chat. We're so close to prestiging it. I literally saved it so you guys could watch it on stream. 1,000,000 diamonds at Bedrock. I know, but chat, I've done this so much. Trust me. I've like... You get used to kind of how many diamonds you run into, and that was a shocking amount of diamonds. Like, that was a shocking amount. I was pretty mind blown by that. Are we picking them up? Yeah, we are. Okay. There should be more. I actually don't like them getting blown up because you actually get less diamonds doing this method than the other method. All right. That is ridiculous, Chip. That is literally ridiculous. Okay, come on, Chip. That one doesn't actually bother me as much. That was only smithing. Come on, Chip. Do it. More mining. Fudge, Chip. Flipping lava. Let's go this way. Chip, please just put your saddle on. Just put your saddle on. If I have to do this mining level again, I'm gonna lose it, Chip. Just throw your saddle on. It'll be fun. Not worried about diamonds. You might want to go up like 5 or 6 levels. There are more blocks to destroy, the more XP you get. You're probably right. That's fair, honestly. Chip, let's go up 5 or 6 levels. Probably not 5 or 6. We should probably only go up here.
Chat in D&D terms bad has rolled a nat 1, so he failed his perception roll.
What? Did I miss something else? Come on, Chip. At least with Prestige 2, near max level smithing, it shouldn't be too much of a loss right now. Yeah, losing smithing doesn't matter because we locked those levels in. So we locked in the benefit. So, plus, we're level 110. Right now we're at like the chase, so we've got kind of a competition going for the highest level. You behind me still, Chip? Keep up. Oh, okay. Neat. Gotta be careful going back through that. Okay, this should be enough. Because remember, chat. Actually, you know what we can do? Just occurred to me, chat. Ooh, fudge. Okay, Chip, go ahead and come out here and go to the left. Go over there. Because we're going to go back. Oh, nice. You got your saddle on. Thank you. All right, Chip, come back. Okay, so chat. This is the satisfying thing we were doing. Hold on, Chip. Pause for 1 second. I'm going to switch to a song that will line up perfectly with this. I think this one will work. All right, here we go. If you stare at your screen long enough, chat, then you can look off. Oh my gosh. You can look off to the side and it's like an optical illusion. Ready, chat? I think this one's gonna be it. So we gotta get ready to activate mining prestige. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Chip. Hold on. Alright, Chip, come over here. Go ahead and go around there. Alright, let's get ready. Alright, I'm gonna send it off. Ooh, look out. Block. Okay, as soon as we approach the level, I'm gonna quickly press J and prestige chat. Here we go. We're almost there. We're almost there. We're close. No, it stopped. Son of what? Why is this one so much bigger? What? What? That's weird. I don't know why this one's so much bigger, chap. Weird. Okay. Oh, careful, Chip. Alright, there we go. Let's continue. Wait for it, chat. Ready? Ready? Alright, quick, quick, quick. Where is it? Mining and new game. Yes! Levels! Yes! Yes! Oh my gosh, chat. Look at it go. Level 111! Let's go! Look at it go, chat. Oh, fudge! We lost our perk! Oh no, Chip, we lost our perks. Uh-oh. Oh no, Chip, we lost our perk. Oh no. Okay, let's upgrade that again. Alright, let's light it up. No! Chip, we lost our TNT perk. Ah. Dang it. Oh well. And now the explosions are tinier, chat. No! Chip! Our perk! Ah! Come on, Chip. Let's go this way. I forgot. Every time you prestige, you have to start over. So annoying. But 111 shot! Let's flip and go. Alright, the next is 40 and 40. That's the next one. So we gotta get up to level 40, chat. So we can do another tunnel. We're level 111, chat. Ooh, wow. Diamonds level you up a lot. Holy fudge. Every diamond we mine, Chip, gives us so much. Honestly, just mining in a straight line like this is giving us a ton, Chip. Even redstone gives you a bunch. What? Oh my gosh. Are you seeing this, chat? Dang, mining diamonds gives a ton, Chip. I wonder what fortune does. Okay, we're gonna try fortune and some of those diamonds in a second. Okay, because I'm curious. Next diamonds we find, we use fortune on. Let's get rid of this. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. I don't know if it's more, Chip, but it feels like it was more. Okay. I don't know. TNT is definitely better for now. We're almost to level 40 already. Yeah, let's keep going till we hit level 40. Oh my goodness, chat. We're almost to 112. Chip, we're almost to 112. This is flipping awesome. We literally just hit 111. And we're almost to 112, chat. Ad time, see you in 30 seconds. We only run 30-second ads. Periodic. Ah! Chip is the end for me! Okay. I can find Chip. Don't worry. Okay, let's continue. You've got to be joking. Ah, Chip, we gotta go this way now. Ooh! Okay. Level 112! Chip, we just hit level 112. We just hit level 112. We're cooking, Chip. We're cooking. No, this is great, Chip. Easy mining levels. Oh, I hope we can get to 114. That'd be awesome. You've got to be kidding, Chip. There's lava everywhere. You just cannot catch a break here. We actually like cannot catch a break. This is nuts. Come on, Chip. Come on, we're almost to level 140. That should upgrade our TNT. Okay, this is kind of cool. Not gonna lie. I feel like I've been here before. Okay, Chip. Oh, fudge. Okay. Come on, Chip. Let's mine some of this. We need to upgrade our mining or whatever. Let's try this one. Come on. Nice! Chip, we're at level 140. Well, not 140, level 40 mining. Alright, let me upgrade that. Where is it? And increases TNT blast radius and damage resistance by 50%. Alright, ready, Chip? Let's go place some TNT. Here we go. Down we go, Chip. Keep up. Hold on, let me pick a different song for this. No. There was a really good one we were doing yesterday. This one. Here we go. Thank you, Ensmy, for the 6-month sub. You've been subscribed for 28 months! Thank you, Ents. I don't know if this is the right one. Next one. a pretty good one. This way, chap. That's crazy, Ansmy. 28 months. Holy muffin.
Quack.
Hold on, chat. I'm gonna check him in a second. Ooh, what is this? Alright, we're here, chat. Okay, go ahead and go in here. Okay. Let me check the sub message now, chat. 1 second. Why am I placing a lot of TNT to get the mining up? Alright. Here we go. Thank you, Ansmy. Badboyhalo Ghost Heart. Also, shake my head. That's crazy. Tayroof left tip $5. Sorry, Ensign chat. D&D term Bad has rolled a nat 1, so he failed his perception roll. That's crazy. Thank you, Your Angel, for the 5 gifted. Thank you, Volish, for the raid earlier. Thank you, Your Angel, again for the 43 months in a row, which is crazy. Source22, thank you for the resub for 12 months total, a whole year. Happy subiversary, Source22. Happy subiversary. Oh my goodness, chat, we have a subiversary. Let's flipping go. I'm gonna light him up, Chip. Get ready. Yes. Look at the mining go, Chip. Yes. 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 Level 44. Level 45. Level 45. We're going level 46. Level 47. Level 47. Oh, careful, Chip. Oh. One Chip. Level 48. No! Level 49. Level 50. Level 51. No! Level 52. Level 52. Oh. Level 53. Ooh. What the fudge? One more? That's it. Level 50. Really? I'm gonna have to back up, Chip. 1 second. Level 54. Really? It's like that one. Level 55. $56. We're almost to 113, chat. 57. Level 57, Shep. We made it to level 57. Alright, I'm gonna swap to this one. Let's go run back through the tunnels. We're gonna ignore the mobs. I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna mine all the redstone we see. Just to see. I'm curious what all this will do with the fortune. Huh. Not as much as I thought it would, to be honest. Is there something at mining level 50, Chip? Let me check. Mining there. Oh, I'm frozen. Mining level 40. No, it's 60. 60, Chip. That's when we get that one buff. So we're at mining level 57. So we... Ooh, Chip! I found more! I don't even need the diamonds. Why am I bringing the diamonds at this point? I don't know. Let's... Oh my gosh, Chip. I left so many diamonds on the ground back here. That's actually wild. Oh my goodness. Alright, we'll just mine that. Let's mine that. Honestly, diamonds are kind of nice. They are kind of sparkly. Do you think we can get enough where we can build a Skeppy, chat? Kind of wondering if we can get enough where we can build a giant Skeppy statue. Do you think anyone would mine our Skeppy statue, chat? I'm sure people would leave it alone if we built a giant Skeppy out of diamonds. I remember on the QSMP we did build a giant Skeppy out of diamonds. I think. I think we used like a special block that you can't mine. So I know the fortune gives you more. Maybe I'll sell these diamonds to someone. Yeah, I reinforced it. No, you're right. Alright, Chip. We are going to go into the wall. Come on. Because I want to get my mining up to level 60. At minimum. Come on, Chip. Because I feel like level 60 would be good to have. I'm gonna be honest, chat. Like, mining is, I think, was one of the most annoying things to like try and level up. You know, we got up to like 98 with it at one point, and then somebody took a bunch of levels from us. Who was that? And then we got like all the way back down to 94, and then we finally managed to take it all the way up, which I'm very happy with. Not gonna lie. Just feels, it feels satisfying to like prestige something, because then you get to do the level 0 to 100 kind of chase again. All right, Chip, this is good. Here, go to the side a little bit. We're gonna go to 60. That way I'm not inconvenienced anymore. Come on, Chip. You guys excited for the end? By the way, we're gonna go to the end, chat. We grinding for that? Something like that. I can now make, chat, the strongest... If I could get my meditation up, Chip, like if I can prestige martial arts, which is too annoying, I think, to try and grind, if I'm being honest. All right, Chip, come over here, stand over there. I'm gonna light it. Let's do it. Let's go, Chip. Diamonds, 59. Wait for it, chat. Oh, where is it? Come on. Where is it? 60. Yes. Let's go. We did it, Chip. Oh, it went out of render distance. We got vein extractor again. Okay, this is a big explosion too. This is my favorite ability that comes with it, is vein extractor. Oh, Chip, I think I lost some diamonds. Hold on. Are they down here? No way, did I fill them up exactly? I think I filled it up exactly to 64. Let's keep going. All right, let's light it. Here we go. Tubbo said he has plans for first 6 months. He wants to have more content to rats in before the faction ends. The server's not ending. Yeah, the server's not ending, chat. It's just the end. Get it? The end. Get it? Anyway. Alright, Chip, I think we're at mining level 62. Wait, mining level 63. We're almost there. Wait for it. Oh, Chip, we're so close to 113. Should we go to 113? What do you think, Chip? You love the idea of going to 113. Chat, should we go to 113 or not? What do you think? We're so close. We have 9 skill points to spend. I feel like we should do it, Chip. It's only like, I think 20 more levels and then we're good. Then we can go back to building our structure. Honestly, not even 20 more levels. I think it's like 5. I think 5 more mining levels, chat, and we'll hit it. So let's just do it. Let's just go for it. Dang it. This always happens, chat. Uh-oh. It's close, chat. What's with the golden enchanted apple thing in the main skill GUI? That's like to get a new life, which we have not spent on, just for the record. Which I feel very happy for that we haven't had to buy that. Let's go. Okay, I feel like this should be far enough to get 5 levels, chat. Especially because we increased our, what do you call it? Okay, come out. Go over there. There we go. Alright, here we go, chat. Chat, for those of you who didn't know, we played Deltarune parts 1 and 2. And apparently 3 or 4 are coming out this year. And I am like so annoyed because I like want it to come out sooner. I want to play it again, chat. It's so frustrating. That bat just blocked our TNT. I was trying, by the way, to encourage Foolish to do some more mining. Today. Or not do more mining. I tried to encourage him to do more building. but he was being a butt, so. I built the road and the bridge. I'd say if that even counts. I'm doing my best. I feel like he needs something else to motivate him. That is a really flipping strong zombie. Holy fudge, Chip. We might have to put on better armor. Look out, Chip! Come on, Chip. Run! Oh no, it's this song, chat. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. This is like a remix version. 113, chat! Why did this music? It's in the playlist for some reason, chat. Ah! Ah! Why? Why? Ah! Let's go. Let's continue. Ah. Great. Now it's stuck in my head. Come on, Chip. Oh, good. The song skipped. That was not that long. Chip, we did it! We hit 113. We literally did it, chat. And everybody knows 13 is a really lucky number, so we should be good. All right, should we head up top? Let's head up top. Come on, Chip. All right, we're gonna go back to building our castle, chat. Castle and possibly work on the cathedral. The front lawn again. We could go for 114, chat, but I feel like in order to get to 114, we'd need like another 25 levels. Which would mean we would have to like almost prestige mining it again, which is just a lot of work. Who is the highest power level? Let me check. Bell top power. It is me, chat. We are at the highest again. Let's go. To be fair, chat, we're close enough to sneak that it's basically a matter of prestiging at this point, because prestiging something just gives you so many more levels. So the only way to like maintain a really like the advantage or like the highest level, chat, is gonna be like leveling up things that just require time that you like can't prestige really easily. Like digging, you can't really prestige very easily because it's just like same with farming. Farming is like grinding, that takes forever, but once you do it, it's like it's worth it. Oh fudge, oh fudge, oh fudge, 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 run, Chip, run! Ah, Chip! Don't burn in the lava. And back. Did you make it, Chip? You did. Whew, that was scary. How hard is enchanting? Enchanting is so hard. Look at this. Valtop enchanting. Look at that, chat. It's so hard to prestige up higher. It is just one of, it is still to this day, chat, one of the most mind-numbing. Oh! Oh! Look at where we came up. It's still one of the most mind-numbing things. Come on, Chip. Alright, I'm gonna work on filling in the dirt that you saw me. We'll alternate. I need the dirt filled in, not necessarily around the centers, but around the outside. Come on, Chip. So we're gonna work on that for now. That way I can start building the outside, because I can always fill in the dirt in the middle later. Like, I don't need to do that like right now. But if I fill in the dirt on the outside, Chip. All right, come on, Chip. Dirt time. I love your builds. Thank you. So like over here, this is where we gotta fill the dirt in. That way we can start working on like the tower. Cause see this tower, it needs to be filled in enough back here so we can do the tower. Let's go. We got this. I saw you tried to hire Foolish to fill in the dirt. I don't know if hire is the right word. I tried to convince him to help me fill in the dirt. Because I thought it would be something that if he assisted with building or placing dirt. John A is cooking with the enchanting. I think he should be able to get the enchanting higher. You know what would be interesting, chat? Depending on how high John A gets his enchanting level, we might need to try something, chat. If John A can get really good enchantments, I can trade with John A, and we can trade and provide the best armor if he helps us get the best enchantments. So then we can tag team like really good gear. But the problem is like power level affects your overall enchanting. So even though John A has a really high enchanting, he may not still be able to make like the best quality enchantments. Did you just see this dude appear here? This guy just appeared here. What the muffin? What's he got? What's he got? He's running away, Chip. Like, come on. Okay, nothing good. Okay, whatever. Alright. Okay, let's bring this out to here, Chip. Nice. That area should be good already, so we can start working on the tower over here. All right. Here we go. Oh my goodness, chat. Did I ever tell you that? Oh my goodness, you guys want to hear a crazy story, chat? Okay, I got a wild story for you about spiders. You guys want to hear something that'll blow your mind? This is gonna blow your mind, Chip. Get ready for this. All right, so chat. Years ago, there were mosquitoes everywhere, and I can't stand mosquitoes. So a friend of mine hits me up. He's like, "Hey, you gotta get one of these mosquito traps. Like, it's so good. It like, catches all the mosquitoes." I'm like, "Really? Like, are you sure? Like, this gets all the mosquitoes?" He's like, "Oh yeah, it just gets all of them." I'm like, "All right, that sounds like a great idea." So I go get one of these mosquito traps off Amazon, set that sucker up. It was a plug-in trap that you have to plug in. And so, Chip, I plugged this trap in. Chip? Oh, you don't like my mosquito story, is that it? Dang it. So anyway, trust me, this is a wild story, chat. Trust me, this is gonna blow your mind. Okay. Here's what happened. Okay. So anyway, chat. I buy this trap off of Amazon. And I'm like, all right, this will be pretty straightforward. Set this trap up and let it run for a week. Now I go check the trap, chat, and there was not a single mosquito in it. There were, however, hundreds of moths and little fly creatures. Basically, every type of flying insect except mosquitoes. Now, you can imagine my surprise and how confused I was, because I was like, this is supposed to be a mosquito trap. Very weird. So I said, okay, it just must not be that good. I unplug it. I'm like, I'm not gonna worry about this anymore. Now this is where things get crazy, chat. So do you know what I learned very quickly, chat? I learned I had like depopulated all of the flying creatures within the area. And what happens, chat, when you depopulate the flying creatures within an area? Well, what eats a lot of flying creatures? I'll tell you what. Spiders. So when spiders all of a sudden find their easy snacks are gone, what do you think they do in order to try and catch more stuff? They build webs. So what do you think all of the spiders in the area did? They built a lot of webs, chat. And when I say a lot of webs, there were webs everywhere, chat. On everything. And they were everywhere. It was the craziest thing ever. I was like, holy muffin. I had never seen in my entire life that many webs in one place. There were literally hundreds of webs. Like everywhere. Every tree, every piece, chairs had webs all over. Everything, chat. It was just covered in webs. So it was pretty interesting, chat. I was like, this is frightening to know there's this many spiders, but to see that many webs. But I thought it was really interesting to be in that situation because I was like, that is pretty crazy. Like, to me, I thought that was pretty crazy. How many webs there were. Anyway, I thought you would appreciate that story because I decimated the moth and flying creature population in the area, and all the spiders were like, huh, we need to build more webs. And they built bigger and more numerous webs. Literally tons of them. Ad time, chat. See you in 30 seconds. For future reference, mosquitoes are strongly attracted to stinky socks more than any other odor tested. That is kind of interesting. I do know, so you want to know how mosquitoes hunt people? It's actually kind of funny or interesting. Bro, is mosquitoes, chat, are attracted to our stench, but it's not just our stench. So do you know where body odor comes from, chat? Body odor is actually like bacteria that are on your skin that are eating, like it eats your dead skin cells and like saliva, like not saliva, and like sweat and stuff like that, right? So so there's something interesting or fascinating to think out about that, is that what's interesting is some people, chat, the bacteria can't live on their skin, and so they don't have body odor. Now, here's something that's kind of wild to think about, chat. Ready? This is gonna blow your mind, okay? Yeah, sweat on its own doesn't have a smell, but the bacteria that eats it does have a smell. Yeah. So I think in a lot of Asian countries, chat, they don't sell deodorant in certain places because I think it's something to do with like, there's a certain, if I remember this correctly, like there's a certain gene that basically causes it so the bacteria doesn't. Anyone know what I'm talking about? I think it's certain Asian countries. Like the gene, there's something about it where they don't have the bacteria or whatever. I'm trying to remember it. But isn't that wild to think about? It skipped me. Yeah, I'm sure it's not like a 1-for-1 thing. But it's pretty, that's a crazy fact. That when I heard that, I was like, wait, what? That's crazy to me. Because you think of that as just something that everybody has to deal with, but it's not. Alright, I think the outside barrier is looking good. I think we almost have enough room. We need to go to about here. So we gotta fill this area in. Yeah, it's hard to find deodorant in Japan. Exactly. Chat, is the bug talk over? It's over. Maybe that's it. Maybe Chip's afraid of bugs. Does anyone know what a raid does? A raid is when someone pops in. I assume you're talking about that and not a Minecraft raid. Because a Minecraft raid is different. But if you're talking about a Twitch raid, it's when someone pops in and sends their whole chat over. That's why we got a lot of doozers here. I know there's a lot of good doozers. I almost said guzzlers. Chat. I know there's a lot of doozers who, gosh, that combo was wild earlier today. There's a lot of doozers who, oh my gosh, who are also ghosties. I don't think I was gonna say guzzlers, chat. I was gonna say like goozers. Cause goozers, ghosty goozers. Yeah, I was gonna say goozers, not guzzlers. We're not sticking with goozers as the combo name. You gonna make them leave? That's wild. Now, what did I come back to? Sorry. Dues teas? Dues teas could work. That guzzler combo earlier was hilarious. I was dying. I don't know why, but that's such a funny word. Why do they attack the llama? The llama didn't do anything. Okay, we're almost done. Then I want to finish the outline. This dude really let his llama just hang out here. He didn't try and protect him. You think a wandering trader would like splash his llamas as well, you know what I mean? But he didn't. That's kind of wild to think about. We're almost done, chat. Almost done. Get ready. Kill the trader. I'm thinking about it. Ghostling. Ghostling. Okay. Here we go. Let's fill this in. I'm really upset that my trap on Tubbo didn't work. He was shifting, so he didn't fall off the bottom. That's what the clip showed. Ugh. Dang it. Yeah, I'm so disappointed. Are you planning on trying out the other Deltarune routes? Yeah, I want to try the main one people were talking about. Ice something. Snowgrave, that's it. Snowgrave. I want to try that. Alright. Let's place this dirt, then I think we're good. See, if I start segmenting them like this, chat, I think I can actually finish it faster. Because I had an idea, or I could use the line tool to do stuff. So I can do like this. Ready? All right, now we go over here. I'm gonna go over here. I don't know if this is faster though, to be fair. Huh? What? That's weird. Okay. There you go. Come on. Seriously? No! Our llama friend. I was gonna trap him under the ground. We're almost done. And here we go. Doozy. That's a doozy. That one's not bad, actually. I kind of like doozy. So we can come up with a different one. It's kind of cute. That's a doozy. The stream is a perfect distraction for my chores. Nice. I think chores are overrated. I don't think you should do them. Live in squalor. Doozies. Think about it. Has anything good in life come from doing your chores? Now, on the flip side, chat, if you live rent-free somewhere, do your chores. Okay? Do your chores. There's your full meme. Like 100%. Like 100%. Do it. Alright, let me think, chat. Let's think. Okay, that looks pretty good. We filled this out. So let's take a peek at how it looks. Okay. Okay, so see those little corner towers? Where's my reference photo? Hold on, chat. I swear I saved it. If I haven't saved it by now, I'm still... Here it is. Okay. The tower actually goes out a little bit further. So you gotta build a back tower. And it's gotta be like deep slate at the bottom. Yeah, there's a tower and there's a big tower. Dang, doing this off of a photo is hard, chat. It's very hard. I don't even have a tutorial to look at, chat. Okay. I want to work on that part. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right, so we need to get some more resources, which we should theoretically have. So let's dump this stuff in. And we should have some cobbled deep slate somewhere. Are we lagging? No, I think we're good. Chip! I missed Chip already, chat. Chippy, chippy, choppa, choppa, doobie, doobie, dabba, dabba. Chip, why did you take those levels? Alright, we're running low on stuff. We gotta go back down. Okay, let's get some more deep slate, chat. Son of a gun. Did I pick the worst or the best place to do this? Bro. Okay, that should be good. Let's head up. Okay. Okay, we'll put this in. Owen. Hi. Okay, perfect. Okay, that looks good. All right, let's go do the outline, chat. Okay, so from this photo, using this photo as a reference, I think we gotta go like 5 blocks out from the very edge. Okay. Let's see. May have to go a little bit further, chat. Again. 3 should be fine. So we go 3. Then we go, it looks like 2. Question is how far to do it is the $1 million question. I guess we can go 3 out further this way. So if that's the edge, hold on. This is in fact the edge. Then let's go 1, 2, 3. So this can be the other edge. Okay, so this will be the corner. So we go 1, 2, 3. No, it looks like 2 actually. Okay. Corner of 2, then in 1. Looks like something like that. Then I think we can go in 1. And we can bring it in to there. Yep, that should be good. So, 3 out. Let's go 3 out. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so we'll get rid of this. And then 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, and then in like this. There we go. Okay, now I gotta go. Dang it, why did this have to be like this? Okay. Let's see. Where does this go? To here. Perfect. And then, okay. So then we go 1 past where the corner is. So right here. 2 down to like here. Okay. Then 1 more in, like this. And then 1 more in like this. Like this. All right, perfect. Okay. Perfect. What do you think, chat? Let's check it from the top. Okay, we got to do the same over here. Come back in. We go in like this. Right here. I see the vision boss. Thank you. Okay. And 1 more. This. Perfect. All right. Let's check it. Looks good. That looks pretty good, I'm not gonna lie. I'm feeling pretty good about that. And worst case scenario, we can push the corners out a little bit. I think that's a pretty good, like, corner. Because there's gonna be a big tower here. It's gonna be a little bit taller than, like, the overall building. Is he eating tacos, and is he building an outline for the tower? Yes! Yes, I am. And now we're gonna go over and build the other one over there. Here we go. Fudge! My alarm just went off, chat. Oh my gosh. I forgot to mute it. Oh, that was scary. I think that explains it. I set my alarm too late. The cavalry, leave me alone, chat. That alarm gets me every time. Stop. It gives me trauma every time. That's why it's an effective alarm, though. Like, everybody's hating. Everybody's hating on it, but for realsies, like, no memes. Ever since I switched this to my alarm, like, it has been, like, actually one of the best choices I've ever made. Objectively. Okay, chat. We have to carve this down. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Thought I'd gone like really far or something. Okay, let's go this way. Okay, we have to take this at least out, I think, another 2. Chill, Lucy. Alright, let's go like this. There we go. Do you guys know if Foolish is going to the boxing fight? Or the boxing match? I'm debating doing a schedule and going there. For fun. No idea. I'll have to ask him. I just didn't know if he said anything on his stream about it. I'm gonna ask him. So that would be kind of fun to do like a big old meetup or something. Uh-oh. Lucy, what are you doing? Hold on, chat. Lucy! The closed captions are still saying nonsense? When I looked at them, it looked like they were working. Come here, Lucy. Get over here. Get up. Lay down. Okay. I double checked. Maybe I need to double check again. Bad, you into American football? Who is winning, chat? Tell me who's winning. What's the current score? We should totally put the score on screen. Should we do that, chat? I'm gonna be honest, chat. I could care less about who wins. Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, no, it wasn't. Fudge. Oh, fudge! Hopefully the lag stops. Looks like it's stopping. It is a bad sign, chat. Not the lag again. Okay, where was I, chat? Oh yeah. What are we talking about? Football. how many of you guys watch the old football? Look, I understand people who love football, because I think there is a lot to love about it. Like, no memes, no jokes, chat. Football, or, you know, American football, is a great sport. Even if you include all of the concussions and brain damage that people get. Look it up, by the way. That's a real thing. But even if you include all of the injuries, chat, it's a pretty great sport. Brain damage? Oh, brain damage. Sorry. Which, seriously, look that up. Like, concussions, repeated concussions are really, really, really bad for you. Seriously. Every concussion you get drastically increases the ability to get more concussions. Yeah. So anyway, where was I? But the point is, like, I still think, like, if you want to live that football life, go for it. You feel me? It's a sport, and sports are not all without risks. I will say, I'm not a big fan of sports where people are hitting each other in the head. Like with football, you're rushing in and going for the tackle. But it is fun to watch. And safety, like the helmets are getting better and better over the years. Do you know they used to play football without helmets, chat? Did you guys know that? Seriously. They used to do... They would take and use their hair would be... Oh, there's actually... Okay, there's a theory, chat. There's a running theory that the invention of helmets has actually made football more dangerous. Isn't that wild to think about, chat? So rugby is played with less helmets, and there are fewer injuries in rugby. So there's a theory, chat, that the invention of helmets has actually led to more overall injuries. Basically, let me explain it, okay? So do you know, here's a fun fact for you, chat. Let's say you had an area where every year 5 in 1,000 people died while riding their bike, all right? And you did a study and you found out that the majority of the people who died while riding their bike were not wearing a helmet. What would that say to you if you were the person in charge of this area and you had to do something? What would that make you think? It would think, oh, well, I'll just pass a law that will say, like, everybody wear a helmet, right? While riding a bike or a motorcycle or whatever, right? And you would think that would work. But guess what, chat? There is what happens in areas they do this, where they pass helmet laws. Instead of seeing bicycle fatalities go down, they saw the numbers go up. What? Why? Think about that for a moment. Why would implementing helmet laws cause fatalities to go up? I'll explain. It's because helmets make people feel safer. In other words, when you're wearing a helmet, you feel safer than you actually are. So what happens is people were wearing helmets who hadn't been, felt safer engaging in risky stuff, and they were riding their bike faster and doing more dangerous things than they were otherwise. And the fatality rates went up instead of down, because people were attributing the helmets to being applying more safety than they actually provide. Right? Isn't that fascinating to think about? And it's the same sort of thing with, I think with football. I think by adding helmets to football, think about it like this, chat. If you add helmets to football, you can hit people a lot harder now because you've got a helmet on, right? So people are getting hit substantially harder than they had been. And it's leading to more and more concussions and injuries and things like that. Food for thought. So now, here's the problem. Do you remove helmets? I don't know. I don't think so, because I feel like if everything stayed the same, people would still hit each other really hard. I feel like you almost need helmets to just get even better now to accommodate for that. Because there's only a certain speed in which someone can ram into someone, right? Wait, why am I not using TNT for this? What the muffin? This is the perfect thing for TNT. I have 1,000,000 TNT. I had 1,000,000 TNT. TNT. We got TNT. Son of a muffin. Anyway. Point is, chat. I don't know what the solution is. Of the world have you gotten up 3 levels today? Happy face. Lucy! Dang it! Lucy! Get over here! Dang it, Lucy! Ow! What are you doing? Come here. Come on, get up. Lay down. Tell Amesy the grind never stops. There we go. Okay. I don't know if that was any good. Let's try putting even more TNT down. That might help chat. Holy muffin. There we go. What do you think, chat? This is a pretty effective way of doing this. Put one down there. One up here. One up here. Not sure if this is actually effective or not. I feel like I need a lot more TNT for this. I don't know. We'll just keep going. Because we gotta take it down further, chat. We definitely got rid of a lot of the volume, though. Okay, this is actually doing a pretty good job. Okay. Let's go up here. Okay. Anyway, chat. I like mining with TNT. That was really fun. Even if it is a little risky, I think. But we did clear out a lot of the stuff. We probably shortened our overall mining time in half, which is good. Though, I will say, it's a little bit inconvenient. There we go. Okay. I wonder, chat, with all the optimized methods we figured out for the grind, how long do you think it would take if we did get reset to get back to where we are? And could we do it in, you think, 2 weeks? I doubt we could do it in 2 weeks. I think mining, now I know what mining takes, I think I could prestige that in like a day. Like, it depends. If we had prep time, chat. If we had like prep time to get everything ready. So I get to build a giant farm, for example, for pumpkins. I think we could absolutely just grind it out really quick. That's my theory, at least. Here we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, look at this chat. Nice. All right, we're almost done. You know what? We're probably actually kind of done right here. Let's just fill this in. Okay. Okay, we are officially done with what we need for the foundation, I think. Let's go grab a bed. I'm bringing a bed over here. Are you excited for the end event? Yes. I'd be more excited if phantoms didn't exist. But we will have Elytra afterwards, which will be kind of cool. I'm taking this with me. Shulker box are gonna be huge. They will be. We're gonna buy left wings, chat. Yay! All right. Now let's place the remainder of this. There we go. We need deep slate. Where did I put it? Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. All right, here we go. Okay, we just need to finish doing this and we're good to go. All right, let's see. Where's the edge of it? Right here. Okay. Right here. Fudge. How many blocks out is this? Hold on 1 second, chat. Oh, wrong button. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay. 13. Then 2, then that. I think. Yes. And then this was fudge. That's on the edge. It was 1, 2, 3. Like that. Like that. There we go, chat. We are officially... Let's take a peek. Oh, yeah. That is that part. All right, let's check our picture really quick. Okay. Now the center needs to... We gotta find the center. Oh, yeah. Okay, so center is over here. I almost want to move the edges of the tower in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 5, 6. Here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I'm gonna make the wall in the back. I'm gonna make that just a part of the structure. That way I can kind of bring it forward. So, based on that, how far in do we need to bring it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 blocks in by default. I think we make it another 7. So we'll say this is the edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So minimum it needs to be here because I'm going to make that the back wall. But that would make it the same size as the other tower, and I need it to be bigger. About how much bigger? Well, the central tower, it looks like it goes, like, let's go, if we do 3 blocks on either side, that would make it look bigger. Because the center tower needs to look the same. So I think we go 3 blocks on either side. Yeah, let's do that. So 3 blocks on either side is what? 7 more? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to here. So I think we do this. Okay. So imagine that, but out to either side. Then we just do a count on something like this. To like here. So theoretically that'd be right here. Is that a big enough gap? That is not a big enough gap. Fudge. I'm gonna have to push it back a little bit. Dang it. Alright, let's just go 3. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have it. If I want it to not be too close. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll just keep it right here. So we'll go to here. So here's the lineup right here. And then we'll just go 1, 2, 3. And then this could be it. Wait. And then 3 on the outside. Yeah. Yeah, that should be bigger. Okay, perfect. So now, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 3, right here. How is this still so big? That doesn't make sense to me. That just can't be right. Oh my gosh, I'm a ragamuffin. Ugh. I see what I'm doing wrong. I see what happened. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. All right. Now I just gotta figure out how many blocks wide this is. and then do the same. I was doing it, trying to square it from there to there, which was ridiculous. 1, 2, add time chat. See you in 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Okay, what's the middle of 33? 32 is 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Perfect. One, two, three, wait, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Alright, let's double check that just to make sure they are in fact the same distance. They are. Okay. I think. Dang it! I need more blocks! Ah! Where's my Lucy photo? I have it. I just gotta post it. Okay. Theoretically, this should work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. $18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. Perfect. And perfect. We're lined up perfectly, chat. Ah! And now I should be able to mine this. Can you post on Blue Sky? Sure. Palm! How are you doing, Palm? Palm! I miss you, Palm. It's nice seeing ya. Hope you're doing well. Wait a minute, chat. I just realized I had prestige mining without getting to experience the ultimate mining ability. Oh my gosh. Palm, how is your day going? I hope it's going well. Mine could be going better right now, to be honest. I miss you so much too. Aw, thank you, Palm. Hope you're having a pretty good day. Hope you're staying safe, staying warm during the cold season. I have raiders in my house. Oh. Alright, let's see if this works. It's been a chill day for me. How is it going for you? Pretty good. I managed to level up mining. I think I'm right now, like, now that I'm number 1 I feel like I'm pretty much almost done with the leveling up. I think part of me wants to get to like, I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of content being where I am. No, I know what I want to do. I want to get my enchanting up a little bit higher. I just want to be able to make better armor and Clown Pierce, and I think I'm done. Like, once I can make better armor for my faction, I'm just gonna make a bunch of armor and weapons and then kind of call it. Pretty much, I think that might be the end goal for me. But how are you doing? Oh, wrong item. I hope everything's going well. Nirvana? Oh, chat, should we try and unlock Nirvana? Like, should we just go for that? And then just call it once we get it? Like, should that just be our goal? Just chase Nirvana? Honestly, it's not a bad goal, all things considered. What do you think, Palm? It would require grinding just things that are really annoying to grind, though. Like, imagine an entire stream chat just running around shooting, like, zombies with arrows. Like, a whole stream just doing that. Be the only honored one. The honored one. Go the full Gojo route. Is that what you're saying? Palm, do you like anime? Have you seen Solo Leveling? I think you'd like it. It's really good if you like action. I love Solo Leveling. It is good. If you like, so it's based on a manhwa. A Korean manhwa. And it's so good. If you like power scaling, action, stuff like that, like intense story, like that, it's really good. If what I've described is not really your cup of tea, you probably won't like it, to be honest. Jujutsu Kaisen was one of my favorite. I think Gojo Sensei is one of my all-time favorite characters in terms of execution. Like, the way he is done is, I think, sublime. Get any agreeers on that, chat? Any agreeers? Colbert! 20-month streak! Let's flipping go, Colbert! I wanted to read more lately. It's perfect. Oh my goodness. You should read it. Reading Solo Leveling was so much fun. Read it first and then watch it. It'll blow your mind. It's a really, really good one.
Quack.
I'm a big fan of people reading like the source material first. Reading a lot of webtoons again has been fun. Awesome. Jujutsu Kaisen is a great one, chat. Everybody got mad at the author for the ending, which they, I understand people's feelings, but I don't know. I will say, chat, I always wonder why people bother reading things, and then, like, you'll have a character in a series do something. Wait. Oh gosh darn it. You'll have a character in a series do something, chat. And people will get upset with the author. I went too far. For fudge. Dang it. Ugh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wait, what? How? What? Oh my gosh. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb, chat. I did the center in the wrong spot. Whatever. They have reading one named Grandilis. It's French. About the Arthurian legend. Ooh. That sounds fun. I might check that out. Lucaria, thank you for the 48 months? Holy fudge, chat. We have a 4-year sub-anniversary here. Oh my gosh. A 4-year sub-anniversary. Happy sub-anniversary! Oh my goodness. Lucario335. Happy sub-anniversary. Oh my goodness. That is actually crazy, chat. Happy 4 years! That is actually crazy. Oh my goodness. Round of applause for you. Thank you so much for the 4 years of support. That's actually nuts. I hope it's been an enjoyable 4 years for you. Because that is nuts. Holy fudge.
Quack.
That's so insane. Happy 4 years. That's wild, chat. That's actually crazy. Colbert, thank you for the gifted subs. Okay, why does this still not look like it's gonna be wide enough? It'll look fine. It'll look fine. Ankle snatching. Woo! Thank you, Colbert. Hope you're having a good day as well. My Madness! Thank you for the gifted subs. Holy muffin. Is there a hype train going on? There is. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hello. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Colbert. Thank you, My Madness. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it. Just to celebrate, let's go. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. No problem, boss. You're too sweet. Colbert, you've been around for so long. You too, My Madness. We got so many longtime ghosties, chat. I love having a longtime ghosty community. Okay, chat. The layout is basically done. That's gonna be the castle, just for anyone wondering. So there's gonna be an interior courtyard, right? But these are basically what the walls are gonna look like in terms of like the sizing and everything. Like big tower, 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 big tower, big tower, and then make it look really imposing. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. You guys are very sweet. Thank you, everybody. I hope you guys have been having a good day so far. Getting the gray concrete, I'm not gonna lie, is gonna be really annoying. It is a huge build. You can say that again. It's going to be a massive undertaking. Hip Hoops! How are you doing, Hip Hoops? Thank you, Hip Hoops. For the 5 gifted, thank you. Lele Gue Kirole, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hi. Thank you, guys. It's gonna be a very awesome build though when it's done. I'm adding in the texture to the walls just while I'm on it. Because the walls need to be like varying. There we go, like that. Then we gotta add some gray concrete. Hi, just got home from a long shift. Let's go. Welcome. Thank you guys. Thank you. Hi, Train. Thank you, Kale the Vegetable, for gifting a sub. Cemetery Mori! Thank you for the 5 gifted. Hello. Cemetery Mori. It's like a ghosty reunion in here. All the dono alerts are so cute. Thank you. They are very cute. Alright, there we go. That looks awesome. Okay. Now I want to break in some little bits and bobs of like cracked deep slate in places. So I want to do stuff like this to kind of add some patchwork to it. Hello, I just joined. Welcome. Hope you're having a good day, people. We'll do like little bits here and there. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thank you, chat. Tigueth, thank you for the gifted. Hi, Tigueth. Thank you for the gift, the 7 gifted subs. Thank you. Tigueth. Oh no, the eye. Yeah, there's a giant eye. But don't worry. There's no snatched waist attached to this one palm. So we don't have to worry. There we go.
Quack.
So it's fine.
Quack. Quack.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Tati Maxine, for the 10 gifted. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Quack.
Level 8 hype train! We'll keep adding texturing, chat.
Quack. Quack.
There we go. Everyone's going crazy with the gifted today. Thank you, Tati Maxine. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Ah. Bring it. No shot, this zombie just appeared right here. That's actually nuts. Oh my gosh. It's not Christmas. You need to get some. Oh my goodness, I forgot how silly that one looks. That's such a cute one. And it's got rat on it too, chat. Ugh, I'm gonna go sleep. I missed the Xmas skin. No. No, you don't. Nobody ever wants to see that one again. Uh-oh. Lag in chat. Let's try not to die. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lag, lag, lag. Uh-oh, something's happening, chat. Come on. Uh-oh, fudge. I can't log out, chat. It might kill me if I log out. Ah. I just gotta keep running. No! Okay, what did we do? Chat, that's common. That we've done every time we've started lagging. Can anyone think of anything? You played the game. Colbet! Thank you for another 5, Colbet. Guys. Stop. You're being way too kind. Amaru! Thank you for the 5. Hello? Thank you, thank you. You guys spoil me, you know that, right? I think I need to add some cobble as well here. Badboyhalo doing his own thing. Big guy in the sky watching him. Badboyhalo, I always feel like somebody watching me. Honestly, with that much sub gifts, you guys should ask him to do the Barbie skin. That's crazy, Palm. Why are you giving them ideas? My Madness, thank you for the 5 gifted. Hello. Thank you again. I'll wait for the... It's... Oh my gosh! It's holding the ultimate axe, chat. Hold on. Oh my gosh. No, 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 no. Forget this. We're running. Ah! Think we can sleep? Oh, nope. We're too laggy. Uh-oh. Leave bed. No, no, no. Run. Run, 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 run. Ah! Help! Amesy, sleep! I'm gonna die! They will wait here. Uh-oh, we're frozen. The ball in the castle comes around when you wear a masquerade skin. Yeah, sure, that'd be kind of fun. Thank you guys. Thank you, Tati Maxine, for the 1,000 bits. What the muffin? Thank you, Lequie for the 500 bits. Ah, what the fudge? We just got kicked. Okay. We just hang out for a little bit, chat. I have a feeling we're gonna keep lagging. You know what I've noticed, chat? Every time we do building, when we actually start working on the builds, we get kicked.
Oh,
That's how
dog.
it feels, chat. Hmm. 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 Interesting. Don't use that as an excuse. The keepers don't like me building, chat. Lagging, sorry. Sorry. Oh my gosh. We're just not gonna get any playtime tonight. Ah! Thank you, Hippos! For the 5 gifted! Okay, have fun, Quada. Okay, let's try something. Nope. This sucks, chat. We're just gonna have to lay down here. Level 10 hype train! Let's go. You know what? Maybe I'll go buy a game. What's trail cam? Should I go get a trail cam, chat? Bad, a lot of the other people I meet are not as nice as you. Why are you so nice? I make sure to get plenty of vitamins and minerals. A trail camera so that you guys can see pictures of Gertrude. I'll point it at like a tree that Gertrude likes to walk by. Thank you so much, Hip Hoops. Thank you. Thank you guys for the support. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, Tati Maxine, for the 50 extra. Thank you. You're too sweet. What is Gertrude? Gertrude is a possum. This is so unfortunate. Chat, if this keeps up, Like, this is the problem. Like, it went away. Thank you. Thank you. It went away, chat. Do you remember how it, like, went away? Like, I fixed it, and now it came back. Like, ugh. So ridiculous. What are you building? I'm trying to build a cathedral. But right now, I'm doing more... Oh, wait. Is the lag gone? The lag might be gone. Hold on, chat. Hmm. Wait for it. Wait for it, chat. Wait for it. Bad. Have you tried using the VPN? I have, chat. The problem is when I turn it on, it breaks my stream. Okay. I think we're good enough. We can move around. Like I said, I can't use it while I'm live, or it honks up. Seems to have evened out, whatever the problem was. Okay, perfect. I think we're good. Okay. Alright, chat. We need to go around and deep slate the muffins out of everything. Oh my goodness, chat. It might be the mobs. I just realized there were a lot of mobs around. Huh. That could be it. You know what I just realized, chat? I don't think I put this stuff away. Yep. Okay, here we go. Let's do this. Building toggle line artist. Bad, are you gonna do another video with Skeppy soon? Hopefully. I love doing videos with Skeppy. Skeppy! Did someone say Skeppy? Where's Skeppy? Skeppy, Skeppy, Skeppy. Wait a minute, chat. It might be this. Maybe it's the building line artist thing. Huh. Because we were using the muffins out of this earlier. No. Let's go! Thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you for the support. You guys are too sweet. You know that? Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. You guys are very sweet. I don't know why they say all those things about you, chat. You guys are pretty sweet. Alright. This looks good. Okay, I got enough more. See, this is where the tool comes in handy. Alright, we're gonna go all the way over here. Never mind, I want a refund. No! Too much entities? It might be the entities, chat. Could be it. Okay. Let's head back over here. Over here. Uh-oh. There we go. Ad time, chat. See you in 30 seconds. Okay. There we go. Okay, now we go all the way down here. Not everyone will get an ad, don't worry. I'm out of blocks. And that should hopefully be enough. It may not be. It will not be. Dang it. Alright, we're gonna go from here down to here. I want to put it there, but it'll ruin the line. I'll have to fix that later, chat. Okay. Then we go from here, here. There we go. To here. There we go. All the way down to here. All the way down to here. We need more deep slate. Gathering the resources is proving to be the most annoying thing. But thankfully, chat, the one resource that we have tons of that's going to be really easy to get is stone. There's a giant mountain right there, and we harvested like a lot of it. So thankfully, stone is our next layer after that. So it's just this bottom layer that's going to be annoying to do. After that, it's like pretty much easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Here, let's go down. And boop. Okay, let's try right here. There we go. Telekinesis on a pick would be awesome. Holy fudge! Holy fudge! This thing is doing a lot of damage. Just die already. That's the problem with getting stronger, chat. Is mobs just do so much more damage. They just get progressively harder and harder to kill. Or they just kill you more and more. Dad, can we get any stories as the time passes? What stories do you want, chat? I thought I saw a creeper over there. Spooky stories? I remember a story? What story, Palm? The chat is begging for them. Not the jukebox story. Let me think of a fun story that I can remember happening. when you told me before. Refresh my memory, Palm. Let me see if I can recall it. Cold hype train. Not sure about the names of the characters anymore. No worries, no worries. Oh my gosh, I need daytime. Let me ask. Still need night. I need daytime. I suffer. I'll die. It's okay. Please let me sleep. No, please don't do it. Don't do it. Yes, thank you. There we go. Okay. Will we need our torches? I don't know about that. What was the story, Palm? Yeah, give me like a general vibe of what the story was about. I think it was about rain. Rain. Is this like an anecdote story? A lore story? Raindrops falling on my head. Raindrops. 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 Just like a guy's being too big for his bed. Oh, I love that story. Wait, what story is this, chat? You'll have to refresh my memory. It's not clicking. Little drop who wanted to become a raindrop. Oh, that sounds cute. This looks great, chat. I'm very happy with this turn of events. All right. Okay, now we gotta add little bits and bobs here and there. Drip and drops raindrop. I do not remember. I mean, I remember telling a story about that, but I don't remember the story. I'm so sorry. Is that one I made up on the fly? Is it one of those ones? I love making up stories, chat. Like just telling fun little character stories. I think I told you guys like great stories like that all the time, like little meme ones. Okay, this looks good. There's a clip of it. It was cute. Aw. Let's go. Tell us a scary story. You can't just demand stories like on demand, chat. I'm not Netflix. Alright, I'll tell you a story. And you want it to be a scary story, and we'll just make it up on the fly. Okay. Here we go. Alright, chat. Grab your hot cocoa and jammies, because we're about to hear the story of the Claw. Doo-doo. Once upon a time, there was a group of 3 siblings. Sorry, but you know who, the little rat just went meh. It was very cute. This group of 3 siblings was 2 brothers and 1 sister. Okay. One day, I don't know if this music fits a scary story, but we'll just go with it. One day, the 3 siblings were traveling through town. They were heading to the local gas station to buy some limited edition 7-Up that had their favorite cartoon character on it. You see, soft drink companies in this part of the world have figured out that you could sell more soft drink if you put somebody's favorite cartoon character on it. Now, our 3 siblings were named Doe, Poe, and Go. Doe was the sister, and Poe and Go were the 2 brothers. Now, Doe, Poe, and Go were traveling to this gas station because they were like, this is gonna be great. We're gonna buy our favorite soft drink, 7-Up, which has our favorite non-copyrighted cartoon character on it. Do this amazing partnership, and we're gonna get these character cups. It's gonna be awesome. Now, Doe, Poe, and Go, as they were walking through town, all of a sudden heard a bell, and the bell went ding, and they looked around, but they didn't see anything that would cause a bell to ring. Doe turned to her 2 brothers and said, did you 2 just hear a bell? And Poe and Go both said, 7-Up, 7-Up, 7-Up. You see, Doe and Poe were very young and very annoying. And their vocabulary was limited to things they wanted. So they just said, 7-Up, 7-Up. Doe slapped her 2 brothers and said, get a hold of yourself. I just heard a bell. And they listened again. But they didn't hear anything. So continuing on their journey, they continued walking, heading down the street, passing by bookstores and other things that were neat and fancy, when all of a sudden, again, Doe stopped because Doe heard distinctly a bell. Ding! Doe looked around. It's like, what the fudge? I swear I heard that bell. Only this time, Doe looked over and saw a floating bell in the middle of the trees. Doe said, holy fudge, that's really scary. A floating bell? I'm gonna avoid that because it can't be anything good. But the 2 brothers, Poe and Go, both saw the bell as well. And the bell actually reminded them of one of their favorite cartoon characters. And they also thought this was part of the marketing stunt and ran into the woods to chase it down. Doe screamed after her brothers and said, what the fudge, are you both stupid? You're going to die. Doe and Poe Poe and Go responded and said, 7 up, merchandise, merchandise. And they kept running. Doe, realizing that going back home without her brothers in tow was a great way to get put up for adoption, quickly ran after them. 1 second, chat. I gotta grab Lucy. Lucy! Get out there. Oh, sorry, chat. So, Doe immediately ran after them, trying to grab onto their jackets. But unfortunately, they were too fast, and they managed to make it deeper into the forest. Now, Doe eventually lost sight of them because they were both much older than she was and much taller and track stars. So Doe just couldn't keep up. But Doe could hear the faint ringing of the bell. Ding, ding, ding. And the occasional 7 up, 7 up. Nope, didn't say they were younger. You just implied that from the story. 7 up, 7 up. Now, Doe said, gosh darn it, my brothers are driving me flipping nuts. Maybe I should just leave them to chase after Belle. I can just move to Canada and avoid all this kerfluffle. But then Doe remembered. Nope. Each of my brothers owes me $5. They're not dying till I get paid back. And continued on her journey. Now eventually, Doe saw through the trees a light. And quietly sneaking around, eventually popped out from behind a tree. Boop. And saw a cabin in the middle of a forest. And standing right outside that cabin was an old lady. Very old. Almost as old as Quantalata. Very old lady. And Doe said, maybe this old lady knows where my 2 brothers are. Quatalata catching strays. Sorry, Quata. Thankfully, I only said that because Quata's not here to retaliate. So, anyway. So, the old woman sat there and was sweeping dirt and debris from outside her residence when she looked up and was like, oh, hello, young dear. What can I do for you? And she looked exactly like a stereotypical what you would expect a witch to look like. Like almost scarily identical. And that was the very first thought that came to Doe's mind was, oh wow, this is totally a stereotypical like storybook witch. Like absolutely 100% totally a witch. Like everything about this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. This is in fact a witch. And Doe clearly thought, you know what? She probably had something to do with my brother's disappearance. So Doe thought, I'm just gonna ask outright, hey, are you a witch? And the old lady went, oh, dearie me. A witch? What is that? And Doe replied, you know, a witch, like cartoons, Snow White and the 7 Dwarves, like that kind of witch, you know, the whole shaminery, like potion, blah, 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 like eats children, Hansel and Gretel. Like, you know what I'm talking about? And the old lady said, oh, I'm just a harmless old woman. I don't know what you're talking about. By the way, would you like to come inside and help me with some cooking I'm doing? I need to finish my baking. Now, Doe turned and looked at the old woman and said, stranger danger, and then immediately turned around and started walking away. But the old woman turned out to be pretty spry for her old age, and she grabbed Doe and pushed her inside the cottage. Now, Doe looked inside and saw, oh my gosh, her two brothers were now sitting in a cage. And not only that, they were both drinking 7-Up. And Doe went, fudge, that's how they got lured in here. This ain't good. Doe was also shoved inside the cage along with them, and the old woman said, hee, I am a witch, and you all are going to go into my delicious stew. I'm making stew out of children for some reason, but it's going to be delicious, and you all are my ingredients. And ha ha ha. Now, the old woman clearly, hold on, chat. Lucy, get over here. The old woman, chat, clearly had no taste in fine dining, because everybody knows children do not taste nearly as good if they've been fed on 7-Up. Everybody knows this. They need a strict diet of butter and chocolate in order to taste delicious. So this old woman clearly had no idea what she was talking about. But she didn't care, because she was just like, I don't even care. I'm just going for it. So, anyway, this old lady, Doe, was like, all right, well, we got a witch now. What are we going to do about this? Then Doe heard it again. The ding, ding. And Doe looked and saw the bell floating in the air. But not only could Doe see a bell, Doe could also see the bell was being held by something. A little tiny claw. It was a little claw from some strange creature was floating and holding the bell and ding, ringing it. The witch turned to the bell and said, ah, yes, good work, my helper, in luring these children here with false promises of 7-Up. Excellent job. And then Doe turned to the witch and said, but you actually gave them 7-Up. How is that a false promise? Also, why is the witch using 7-Up? How did you even know that was gonna work? Like, how did you know about them specifically liking 7-Up? And the witch walked over to a cabinet, pulled it open, and there was basically every soda imaginable. Like, every soda, like, in the cabinet. And the Doe was like, ah, so that's why you have no teeth. I see. Okay. Chill. Very chill. Because you literally have all the soda in the world. And I'm flipping laggy again. Fudge. This ain't good. Alright. Let's just disconnect. Anyway. We're just gonna wait a little bit, chat. Where's the story going? Let's find out. Okay, so Doe was like, all right, are you like, do you work for PepsiCo or something? Like, how do you have that much soda? And the witch was like, I am a connoisseur of fine beverages, and your soda pop is most exquisite. What do you want, Lucy? Bark to you too. Hold on, chat. Here, I'm gonna be right back, chat. I need to deal with Lucy. She needs like dinner or something. Hold on. Lucy, I'm not giving you 7-Up. Alright, it's intermission time, chat. It's intermission! Intermission! I'll be right back. I'm AFK on here. You can come and hang out if you want. I'll be right back. 1 second. Hold on.
quack.
I'm back, chat. What the fudge? Error. Where was I? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Where were we? Thought I hit it. All right. Woo! Okay, chat. What is the current score? Hold on, one second. Ooh, someone found the raindrop story. Let's go. Holy fudge. I missed like a bunch of messages. Okay. Let's try. 24 Eagles, 0 Chiefs? What the fudge? The Eagles are kicking the Chiefs' butt? Oh, the NFL's not going to be happy with this, chat. They're like, nah! Honestly, chat, blowouts are very boring in football. Hi! Dang it, chat. I can't turn on my VOD, because if I do, the stream's gonna lag out. This is very frustrating, chat. Okay, hold on. Tell me, who was Foolish cheering for? Did he tell? Like, who is he cheering for? W Eagles against the Chiefs. Dang it. I love whenever I'm with someone, chat, who I know like feels a certain way. I always root like opposed to whoever. So if they're rooting for a team, I just take the opposite team. Dang, this is really frustrating. So, here what I could try and do, chat. I could try just switching to a VPN, which might help, so that we can continue the story, or we can just lag around and still just try and continue the story. What do you think, chat? You want it to become a better game? I don't think that'll happen. No, yeah, I'm gonna integrate some more, like... The problem is, chat, if I turn it on, it's gonna break the stream. Here we go, chat. I'm gonna turn it on. Let's see what happens. So make sure to rejoin or refresh in a second. Okay, chat? You may need a refresh. Just giving you a heads up. Let's see what happens. Thank you. Here we go. All right. Halftime now. No shot. They're 24 up at halftime. No shot. All right, we should be back, chat. Looks like it's working. Oh my gosh. The Chiefs are getting absolutely dominated, chat. Oh my gosh. 24 up at halftime is embarrassing. Oof. I don't think you can recover from that. I'm back. All right, looks like we fixed it, chat. That's pretty embarrassing, not gonna lie. Woo, boy. No, Lucy. Okay. Let's continue our story, chat. So, the witch, revealing that she had a sponsorship through Coca-Cola, said, I'm now going to dominate. What should I swap? What should be the thing, by the way, that I should, like, integrate and mix in here? Like, the gray. Any ideas, chat? Like, in with the gray concrete. What's the really gray looking block? I need something with a little bit more texture to kind of mix in with it. Tough, basalt. Basalt could work. Dead coral, mud, something dark. Not mud. Andesite. I don't know if andesite's dark enough. Dead coral, also not dark enough. Just dry concrete powder. Tough. Gray wool. Oh, I don't want to use gray wool. What if we mix in some deep slate? Here, let's try this, chat. It's a little bit lighter, and we could mix in some of it. Let's check, chat. Let's see. No, let's try cobbled deep slate. What do you guys think? Dang it. Thoughts, chat? Do you see what Quada sent a while back? Yeah, I saw. Deep slate bricks kind of in it could work well. Just kind of mix and match some stuff. I feel like deep slate bricks are dark enough too. I think I'll do that. Fudge! Dang it. There we go. We'll just do that. We'll mix and match, like, some of this in to kind of break it up. Like, break up the gray a little bit. I kind of like that. Something like this. Kind of sprinkles it in. What do you think, chat? And then I think we take some of the concrete and we bring it down like this. Just so, like, we want to increase the blending, basically. Like this. Something like that. What do you think, chat? This one looks good. Okay, what do you think? That looks pretty good. I kind of like it. Oh yeah, so what happened to 7-Up kids? Let's continue our journey. So, we can come back and fix this up a little bit later. Like add more, whatever it's called to it. Anyway. So PepsiCo chat. So the old witch basically revealed her dastardly plan. See, she revealed, I'm going to make a delicious stew out of you that will extend my life. And Doe said, what? Will it make you immortal? And the old witch said, what? No. It will extend my life. And Doe said, by 100 years? And the witch said, stop interrupting. It will extend my life by a decade. Stop it. By 2 weeks. Huh? Doe said. 2 weeks? Yes. I had a bad smoking habit in my 40s. And it cut years off my lifespan. But by turning you into stew, I'll extend my life by an additional 2 weeks. That's ridiculous. You could achieve the same by simply doing diet and exercise, said Doe.
Diet and exercise? What, you mean like Atkins? I tried Atkins. I didn't lose a lot of weight. It all came back once I stopped. That's the problem with low carb. It takes the water weight so you feel... No, not with Atkins. Like with just a healthy diet. Have you tried eating salads instead of drinking soda? But my soda pop, I need it. I need my soda. You're not taking it from me. And Doe and her two brothers were taken out of the cage and put into a giant cauldron. The cauldron was, well, it wasn't sitting over a fire yet, but had it been, they would have been in trouble. The witch said, "Now I will begin the preparation," and went into her kitchen and proceeded to prepare the ingredients for the children's stew. Doe turned to her brother and said, "We need to figure this out or we're gonna be turned into stew for this witch. Any ideas?" 7 Up, 7 Up. "You guys are useless," Doe said, punching each of her brothers in the shoulder. "Dang it, think, Doe said. "How can I get out of here? Doe looked over and saw the floating bell just hanging there with the little tiny claw holding it. And Doe got an idea. So, Scary Witch, how long have you had that amazing and luxurious floating bell before? Oh, this? Why, this is Drew. Drew is a claw that holds my floating bell and helps me with other assorted tasks and knickknacks.
Doe said, "Oh, you don't say. Well, it's a shame because I've got the new version, the eye claw." This brought the witch's attention up, in which the witch turned to Doe and said, "What do you mean?" Doe explained how the current version of the claw that the witch had was the old version, and the witch should spend money on upgrading to the new version of the eye claw, which was much better and had new features such as AI and 5 cameras. The witch said she'd never heard of this, as she had created this magic claw and didn't know that they were being sold. Oh yeah, it's the new trend. You really should upgrade. Does yours still run on the old OS? The witch, wanting to stay trendy, said, "Well, let me see this eye claw you have." And Doe said, "Oh, I don't have it on me, but if you let me go, I promise you I will go get it and bring it here. And in exchange for letting us go, you can have it for free. What do you think?" The witch, puzzled, thought about this. Extra 2 weeks of life or a new claw assistant to make her life easier.
"But how do I know you're not going to run away?"
"Well, you can have my 2 brothers. Just keep them here. If I don't return, you can still make a soup out of them." The witch thought about this for a moment and said, "What a great idea." And said,
"All right, I'll let you go. But if you don't come back right away, I'm making your brothers into stew."
Doe agreed and was let out of the pot of water and released into the forest. But Doe turned to Witch and said, "Hey, do you mind if I take your claw with me? Because if I do, that would really help me, like, get back here, because I don't really know how to get back." The witch said sure and ordered her floating claw, holding the bell, to go with Doe and lead Doe out of the forest and back. The claw obliged and followed along. Doe, thinking for the moment that this was a perfect opportunity to just leave her brothers to their fate and go home,
thought, no, I still don't think I should return home without them, and begrudgingly set about with another plan. As they were walking to the forest, Doe turned to the Floating Claw and said, "So, Floating Claw, are you worried?" The Claw paused for a second, said, and jingled its bell furiously, as if asking, "Worried about what?" Doe, interpreting the bell, because Doe could speak bell language, Belglish, said, "Oh, you know, once the witch gets a new version of you, aren't you a little bit worried that, you know, you're gonna be tossed out with the trash?" The Claw paused, as this hadn't even crossed his claw mind, and he said, "Jingle, jingle, 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 jingle," which Doe interpreted as, "Dearest child, my creator would never replace me with the newer version. Clearly, she just wants to have the new version in order to add improvements to me." But Doe just shook her head and said, "That's what every claw says. But everybody always upgrades to the newest iClaw." And Doe turned to the claw and said, "Can you do object removal in pictures in less than 0.24 seconds? The Claw shook its bell because he could not. And he said, "Dang it, I can't." And Doe said, "Yeah, you're probably gonna get replaced then." The Claw worriedly jingled, went ding, and Doe interpreted that as, "What do I do, fair maiden, in order to not be replaced and upgraded?" Doe thought for a second and said, "Hey, you know what? I'll make you a deal. If you help me and my siblings escape, then that means the witch wouldn't be able to get the new version. And then you could stay like the version you want, and like you wouldn't have to worry about it. You would be able to like stay the assistant." The Claw was happy at hearing this and agreed, shaking his bell furiously. And the two of them worked together and came up with a plan. How would they free Doe's brothers from the evil witch? Now, cautiously, they snuck back to the cabin, where Doe peeked inside of a window like a stalker. It was extremely rude, and you shouldn't do that. Always knock on a door and announce your presence. But Doe, in this particular instance, had extenuating circumstances, such as saving the life of her siblings, so we'll ignore it for the time being. Doe turned to the bell and said, "Look, my two brothers are back in the cage. If you sneak in there and you open up their cage, you can lead them out while the witch is distracted with her soap opera." Because the witch was enthusiastically watching a soap opera on her witch TV. Now, the Claw said, "This is a good idea. Okay, I will cautiously sneak in and open the cage." The Claw flew through the window, setting the bell down, and flew over to the cage door, unlocking it and opening the door. The two brothers inside immediately started shouting, "The door! The door's opening! The Claw's opening the door! The Claw's opening the door!" And the witch jumped up from her soap opera and turned towards the cage. And Doe said, "My stupid brothers! I'm gonna leave them here to be turned into soup. Why did I bother to save them? This was a horrible idea." The witch ran over, but thankfully the Claw was able to duck out of sight before being seen. But upon seeing the cage door open, the witch said, "No! Get back in! You're not allowed to leave yet until your sister brings me the new iClaw." So again, they were pushed back in, and Doe debated once more whether to leave her brothers to die or save them. Doe puzzled for a little bit before deciding on a new course of action. Turning the Claw, Doe said, "What if I put on a disguise? And I will disguise as a traveling salesman. And maybe I can convince the witch to be distracted, you can fly in, open the door again, and you can let my brothers out. This time, duct tape their mouths shut and lead them out so they don't alert the witch. What do you think? The claw nodded, thinking this was a great idea. And after retrieving some disguises from the forest that were conveniently laid there, almost as if they were waiting for this very day, Doe quickly disguised herself and approached the door. Knock, knock, knock. The witch, hearing the knock, went to the door and peeked out. Seeing a traveling salesman, the witch said, "Go away! Can't you see the no soliciting sign?" "Dang it," Doe said. Another plan foiled. And Doe immediately talked to the claw again and said, "We need to figure something out. Nothing we try is working." They sat and they thought for a moment. What to do? What plan could possibly work here? After sitting for what felt like days and days and days, finally, a great idea occurred to them. Doe, taking out her phone, called the police, who promptly arrived and arrested the old witch for kidnapping, and she was immediately sentenced to life in prison. Doe, rescuing her idiotic brothers, punched them both repeatedly in the head to teach them a lesson, trying to beat this lesson into them. But it was fruitless because they again got kidnapped a week later. But at least for now it worked. And alas, Doe took her two siblings home after getting some 7-Up from the gas station. And the claw came with them, only to also be promptly arrested as an accomplice. And they kept the magic bell. And this is why you don't trust floating bells in the forest. The end. What'd you think, chat? How was that story? That was pretty scary, wasn't it? You loved it? Do not buy 7-Up. Yes, that was the lesson. You got it. You figured it out. And again, the scariest part was about the Pepsi. Could you imagine going to someone's house and they just open up a cabinet and it looks like the soda aisle of a store? That'd be kind of wild. A dream for kids. No, you're probably right. Probably not healthy though. Food for that. Well, I'm glad we were able to resolve this lag for the time being, chat. I'm very happy. Okay, we should have some tough in here, but I think we need some concrete to continue the next leg of our adventure. But I think in order to get concrete, we need gravel. There should be some gravel down here. Let's go for gravel. It didn't reach its full potential. Could have been better, but you did good. Thank you, Creeper Crusade. I see you are the connoisseur of scary stories made up on the fly. I'm sorry I couldn't meet your high expectations for me, but you know, maybe next time I'll be able to hit the mark. But I appreciate the advice. That'll definitely help me on my journey. I love scary stories, lol. Okay, look, it wasn't the most scary story. Okay? Is that what you want to hear? You're right, it wasn't the most scary story. Could have been better. Okay? What's your favorite dad joke? Ooh. There's a lot of good ones. I like the classic. The classic, hi hungry, I'm dad. Or like the, can I go to the bathroom? I don't know. Can you?
I think the classics are the best, personally. Like, those are the best ones. Can I go to the bathroom? I don't know. Can you? Oh, man. Come on. Have you guys ever had, like, a teacher say that to you? And you're just like, this is the worst experience of my life. Is right now. Everything pales in comparison to this moment. That's always how I feel. Left or right, chat? Make a prediction. I think left is gonna win. Come on! You can do it! Oh, fudge! Ah! Come on, left! You've got it! Fred! You can do it! Come on, Fred! Come on! Come on! Alright, that's Fred. That's Pumper. Pumpernickel. Come on, Fred! You've got this! Come on, Fred! You gotta win! You can do it! It's your dream! It's your dream, Fred! Go! Come on! You can do it, Fred! You just gotta believe in yourself! You just gotta believe in yourself! No! Son of a gun! No! He's gone, chat! His dream! No! Ah! How can we be happy anymore, chat? All happiness is gone. Ah, woe is me, chat. Fred, you'll live on in our memory. Sorry, chat, give me a moment. Don't you need sand or concrete as well? I'm leaving the diamonds for later, chat. I just don't want to clog my inventory with them. Not ad time yet, but good suggestion, Murmur. Okay. I'm going to go get some sand. Sand time! Fudge. Okay. Where is the nearest big pile of sand? Probably near a coast, so we can go this way. What else do we still need a prestige? Farming is one of those things we gotta grind for. Fudge! Every single mob! This is, oh gosh, chat. It's one of the most annoying things ever, is having a mob hit you. And then having to sit there and like wait. It's super annoying and very frustrating. But anyway, did you enjoy the story, Bomb? It was a good one, I think. I think it turned out alright. It was a happy ending in the end, so. Which every story ultimately needs a happy ending, so. We'll do it like this. We'll do it like this. And we'll do it like this. Whee! I missed hearing your stories. Aw, thank you, Bob. Let's go. Woohoo! Okay, I think this should be enough sand. Okay. Next thing we need is... We'll swim all the way back. That way we can get some more of that. Because we need to get some gray or whatever. Is this song in the playlist twice? It's in the playlist twice. This is shocking to find out. Why do you hate this song? It's just the old, it's literally just straight up a children's song. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. It's a jam though. You guys can't tell me you really like it that much. Head and shoulders, knees and toes. Okay, we got 36. So we need 64. One for every like. It's a classic. Okay. I see I'm wrong. I thought I was right. I guess I'm wrong. It's all good. If you guys really like it. And you're not just saying that. I'm sure you guys would love it on repeat for 6 hours. Would you guys like that? Oh, you don't like that idea? Oh, what, too much of a good thing? Oh, interesting. Interesting how your perspective has suddenly shifted. Fascinating, chat. Try me? I bet you I can listen to it longer than you guys can before you beg me to change it. Don't even try me. Fine, let's do it. All right, let's do it. I don't want to hear any complaining then. I better not hear any whining. Hold on. Okay. We got it set up. Let's get the ball rolling. So I know what you're thinking, chat. Bad. How is this going to accomplish your objective? I'm sure that's the thing you're wondering about. Like what I just built. Well, I will show you. You will hear yourself whining. That's crazy. I will never complain. Boom. Wait a minute. I have a feeling we should leave some of this as concrete powder. I think mixing some concrete powder in here would be good. Anything, chat? I think we should do that, yeah. We'll mix some in. But, here we go. Check this out. Ad time. There you go, chat. Ads, see you in 30 seconds. All right. That's gonna be our new sweet spot. All right, next layer. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna do it like this. I feel like it's easier to just do this and then mix and match later. I'm gonna do that. It's easier to go clean it up than to try and do it now. Then what we can do is we can just poke in certain spots. Hi, Bad. Long time no see. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Hi. All right, let's keep going. Head. Oh yeah, chat. Should we do that out of curiosity? Bye, Palm. If you're heading out. Life has been good. I've just been memeing about. Oh, fudge. I think I forgot to put the thing here. Fudge, chat. Hold on. Bye, Palm. See you later. Think I might have made the air escape for the stress ball. Air escape from the stress ball. Not for the stress ball. You have me really confused for a second. Hold on, chat. We need more gravel. I am currently, for anyone who's new and popped in, building a castle and trying to maximize we'll do that. There we go. This is the annoying part, chat. Wait a minute, I remember now. You have to tower it up yourself. That's what it was. I couldn't remember for the life of me, chat. Oh my gosh. I literally was forgetting. This is the trick. You do this. That way you don't have to place it. You can just do this. One, two, three, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just like this. How do you not remember? Leave me alone. This is the trick. Okay. So this will also tell us about how much we have. So the question is, chat, do we have enough? That amount we had only did this tiny section. Oof, we're gonna need a lot, chat. Thankfully, it's stone is the thing we need the most of. So, and we have a ton of stone, so I don't think I'm that worried. Maybe that's what we could ask for Ross's help for. Is in acquiring, what do you call it? Acquiring andesite, which we're gonna need a lot of. Let's do one more because we're gonna need more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can ask Ross and Ainsley. Oh, you didn't refill your bucket? I'll be right. Yet I should ask Hannah and Pangy if they can contribute any.
All right, ready for this, chat? Check this out. There's a praying mantis in your house? Keep it. That sounds kind of cute. Little praying mantis. Alright, let's see, chat. We're almost done. I'm thinking the interior, there's so many ways to decorate it. Yes. We did it! What is this? Is this concrete powder? We missed a bunch of it? What happened? Huh. Okay, whatever. Alright. Alright. Let's keep going from here. Let's see how far we can get, chat. 1, 2, 3. That way we'll know roughly how far this will get us. Okay. Is Pinky gonna be at the event tomorrow? I thought the event was on the 11th, chat. Is it not on the 11th? Okay, I have a prediction. We'll get to about there. That's my prediction. So we're gonna need a lot of gravel, chat. Tomorrow is the 11th. Oh, that's true. Some people it's the 11th. But if it's the 11th for you, the event is probably going to be on the 12th for you. Oh, time zones. You know what'd be cool, chat? Would be if you could place... If they could upgrade the building tool so you could place, like, through blocks, that would be awesome. You know what I'm talking about? Like, imagine I could place and then switch it so I could click down there and it would place this block in the texture so it would ignore blocks in the way. That would make building this so much faster, chat. Okay, so I'm definitely gonna add some more texturing. No shot. Look at that. We're almost exactly where I said we would end up, chat. My prediction was almost perfect. Look at that. That's literally almost exactly where I said we would end. That's kind of wild. Okay. We're gonna need a lot of this. Okay, based on that, we're gonna need like 4 stacks, chat. 4 stacks of ink sacks minimum to do this. Thankfully, the walls are the longest part. Okay, let's see. Let's just go collect ink sacks. There should be a look at this, chat. There's a bunch right here. Ink sacks, chat. Hello. Alright, we'll just swim over here for a little bit. Or maybe we should teleport around.
There's one. This will be way faster this way. Come here. No, you don't. Okay. Poor squids. Poor squids. What about me? How else am I supposed to get... Is there another way to get black dye? Does anyone know? I have to go around and kill like a million, chat. Wither roses? Ooh, that sounds like a lot of work. Yeah. Let's just keep killing squids, chat. Come here. This should really count towards farming. Okay. Keep your eyes peeled, chat. A turtle. Okay. I don't see any more. Hello, 3 squids. You're better off making a squid farm. Nah, look at how fast we're getting them. It's really just, if we find them bunched together like that, we can get them really easily. So look at that. Budge. This is only the first few though. Can you breed squids? You cannot. Oh, we almost missed one, chat. Yeah, you can pretty much apparently make a farm out of anything. It's really just you need to know the spawning mechanics of how it works in order to get it to work. Okay, it does look like some are spawning from places we left. So they are continuing to spawn. Let's go check over here. We just need something to spawn that isn't fish. Uh-oh. No! No! Yeah, I think we need another stack. Thankfully, we got tons of gravel over here. So, I'm really not worried about most of the stuff. How are the, is halftime show over? Is the halftime show over? Here, we'll check over here. I doubt we've got any squid ink, but we can check. Never mind. I'm not even gonna bother. I don't think there's gonna be any. Really? No squids, eh? Eagle's about to score again. Dang. I really wish Foolish had like a team he was rooting for. Like really rooting for, because I would have loved to message him like if they were losing and be like, hey Foolish, your team is losing. And then he'd be like, stop it. And I'd be like, no. Oh well. Maybe next year. I think I did that a few years ago. A team of his was losing and I sent him a message. I was like, hey. I always root against whatever team my friends are cheering on because I just want them to lose. You're evil for that? That's crazy. How am I evil for that? Fudge. Fudge! What is happening? No, 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 no. I can make it. Ah. Nailed it. Alright. We are currently sitting at almost 3 stacks. I think we're close, chat. I see one. Yeah, we'll call it here. We'll just call it here. Okay, chat. I got $1 million question for you. You can choose to become the greatest fill-in-the-blank sports player of all time. You gain all the skills that unequivocally make you are the greatest. So for example, if you pick football and you're like, I'm gonna be the best quarterback ever. Your throws will never miss. You will literally be the best. If you pick soccer player, you just whatever the best soccer player, you want to be the best goalie, go for it. Okay? What sport and what position would you pick? Is the $1 million question, chat. That's the $1 million question. What sport and what position within that sport? And why? Football midfielder, chess. No chess. It has to be a sport. You can pick something like tennis. And don't try and convince me that chess is a sport, okay? Let's be real. It is a sport of the mind. We're looking for physical sports only. Stuff like chess would be a different question. That'd be like a mental sport. Different thing, all right? Cheerleading, free run, roller derby. I'm trying to think of, now here's the asterisk though, chat. Here's the little thing that makes this a tricky question. You're not automatically the #1 recognized in the world. You just all of a sudden have the skills to be #1. In other words, it's not like you're like all of a sudden on the #1 sports team. You feel me? So you now have to get yourself recognized as the champion. Archery, football, soccer, parkour would be pretty nuts. I feel like parkour would be kind of fun. Archery, I feel like would be pretty cool. That would be cool. Volleyball. Now, whoever just not picked football, soccer. So soccer would be cool. I feel like being amazing at soccer would be super useful. Yeah, I feel like you could become if you were literally the best in the world at like football, oh my goodness, your career or life would be set in so many things, chat. That's definitely a good one, I think. Football is too dangerous for me. Baseball can be surprisingly dangerous. Archery or fencing? I'm trying to think of what is the safest sport that still has a ton of prestige to it that would let me also remain as lazy as possible. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to think. What's the sport that like checks those boxes? Like I feel like the best sports, like that's the thing, chat. I don't want to become like the world's best soccer player because then you're like, that's a lot. You know how many games of like football people play? Like, that's a lot of work, chat. Bowling, on the other hand, yeah, if you were the world's best bowler, that would be pretty easy. I don't think you have to... Bowling is one of those things. Tennis, you could probably rock as the world's best tennis player. Golf would probably be the easiest one. That'd be the least tiring. Golfers don't do a lot, chat. They're just like, I know there's someone out there going, hey, golf is a lot of hard work. You lie. You lie. Have you no shame? Anyway, come on, chat. Any others? What are the big ones we're missing? Are there any big ones we're missing? Best in the world at cornhole? Okay, if you guys don't know what cornhole is, it's a game where you throw beanbags towards a board and you basically have to get them. It's a real sport, by the way. You have to throw beanbags at a board and you get them to land in the holes. Pickleball or tennis? I've heard that apparently pickleball is like sweeping the nation, is what I've heard. I'm so bad at cornhole. I played cornhole before. It's such a silly game. Fencing would be cool, and I feel like if you're good at fencing, I don't know. Are there any sports that would be like, are there any sports that are like really transferable to like the real world in terms of like utility? I'm trying to think if there's anything transferable to like the real world for utility that would be like really good. Running, I don't want to be the world's best runner, chat. Running sucks. I hate running. Have you ever ran? It's like the worst thing in the world, chat. So much work. Watching Badboyhalo greater than watching the Super Bowl? I agree. We can tell? Whoa, chat! You're not allowed to insult my dislike of running, okay? Stop. Hold on. That's a me thing, chat. You can't lean into that, but yeah, we know you don't like running bad. That was a me joke, not a you get to chime in and tease me joke. That's actually crazy. I can't believe what I just heard. Yeah, bad. Drink more 7-Up. That's what you might as well say. Why don't you just say that? Say it with your whole chest, chat. Jeez. 7-Up. 7-Up. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I'll bet you $1 million. We probably got a bunch of people who are watching the Super Bowl. It's the commercials. Or no, chat. I bet you there's people watching the Super Bowl and their team is losing. And they're like popping open Twitch. Or maybe their team's winning. They're popping open Twitch. They're like, let's see what's going on Twitch. Oh, Bad's live. Let's see what Bad's up to. Hi, Bad. I hope Foolish stops by. You know what's funny, chat? Apparently the Chiefs were basically predicted to win. Apparently everybody thought they were gonna crush it. And I heard like a bunch of people who were like, were hoping for a Chiefs win, and they were like hoping for a Travis Kelce proposal or something like that. Remember, some Chiefs fans paid $30K plus to see their team lose 27-0. How much more time is it, chat? How much more time, out of curiosity, is left? I'm curious. Not gonna lie, that's pretty wild. Should we stand on the side, I think? Yeah, this is way better. Can I reach all the way? Oh yeah, this is way easier. It's me, the one Chiefs fan here. Here, I want to pour one out for you. I am sorry that your team is getting decimated. Do you know where the word decimated comes from? I know I've told you guys this before, but I'll tell you. Decimate. Back in Roman legion times. Chat, in Rome. Everything goes back to Rome, chat. Back in Rome. Okay, you know what they say, when in Rome. Back in Roman times, the legions were the military force of the Roman Empire. It was basically like they were the soldiers, right? So the legions, when they had like problems, say like a legion rebelled or mutinied or something like that, right? The Romans or the leadership would sometimes decimate a legion, which you know what a decagon is? Or decagon, I can't remember. It's like 8. It's, no, 1 in 10, sorry, it's 10. Decagon is 10 sides. So a Roman legion was made up of cohorts, right? And the smallest group in a Roman legion was like, I think a cohort, I can't remember what it was, but it was a group of 10 men, right? So the Roman military was like every 10, then every 100, and then 1,000. And that's the way they grouped together. 10 groups of 10 would make the group of 100, 10 groups of 100 would make the 1,000, etc., etc. So anyway, if say a Roman legion rebelled, the leader could say, decimate the legion in order to keep it in line. And what this would entail is they would tell them, all right, 1 in every 10 men has to die. That's right. But it's crazier than you think. It's crazier than it sounds, chat. On, I need to sleep. Be done with this. They would basically take... No shot they came over here. Ah, sleep. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Dang it. Where was I, chat? Here we go. Boop. Anyway, oh yeah. Where was I, chat? So, the Romans, chat, let's say you're a part of a legion, and they say, hey, you guys have been bad, you misbehaved, we order you to be decimated. They would have every group of 10 would draw straws, chat. They would draw straws, and whoever drew the shortest straw would be killed by the other 9. They would beat them to death. So it was a horrible, brutal way of punishing a legion that was reserved for the legions that behaved the worst. So if you misbehaved, you could be decimated. So imagine that thought actually kind of kept a lot of people in line in the Roman legion, because knowing that you could theoretically have a 1 in 10 chance of having your fellow soldiers bludgeon you to death was a pretty good way of keeping people on their toes. You feel me? You'd kind of be on your best behavior. You'd think, at least. All right. We made it. We're almost halfway around, chat. I think we need a little bit more gravel. Let's go out into the ocean. Anyway, chat. But so when you say that someone's decimated, right? It's basically you're basically saying they're receiving the most brutal form of punishment ever, is essentially what you're saying there. Like, to be decimated is just brutal, chat. There's nothing realistically more brutal than that. I don't think you can have a punishment. Because remember, chat, the 10 men, so like, let me put you guys in the perspective of a legion that was decimated. Imagine you're hanging out with the homeboys, right? These are your friends. You spend basically every waking moment with these guys. These are the guys that you spend all your time with. You're on the battlefield together constantly. You do everything together. They're your comrades, your friends. And then you try and rebel. Your legion tries to rebel. You're thinking, we're gonna get away with this. And then lo and behold, they order your legion to be decimated. So now they tell you, we want every 1 in 10 men, you and your group of friends are all gonna draw straws. Whoever gets the shortest one, that person, you're all gonna beat them to death. What the actual fudge? What a crazy punishment. Leave it up to the Romans to think of stuff like that. 34-0? Oh man, chat. Pour it out for the Chiefs fans right now. Look, I can't help but giggle a little bit. I should start texting some of my friends, see if any of them are Chiefs fans. Hold on. I know a couple people who are probably watching the game. I should message them. Hey, how's the Super Bowl going? Should we do that, chat? Should we text some people? I know people who only like college football, though. I know Foolish is a big college football guy, isn't he? Yeah, the Buckeyes are college football, right? A lot of football purists, chat, feel that football has been corrupted by that regular like NFL football has been corrupted by a lot of the new safety rules, or they just feel like it's not as good as college football, that college football is more pure. I'm not saying this is a hard and like fast, everybody feels this way, but a lot of them do. I don't, oh, no shot, spider spawner. All right, I'll take that. I'm not saying that is a hard and fast rule, but I don't know. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Alright, we'll go this way now. I'm looking for more gravel, chat. I'm hoping to bump into it, but we're not bumping into gravel. I might as well have just pulled it off of the ocean floor at this point. I was invited to watch the game with Chiefs fans. I'm glad I didn't go. Oh, you're missing such a golden opportunity. Chat? Oh, okay, maybe I'm a monster for thinking this. There's nothing quite as fun as not caring about a sport and being in a room with people who viciously care about a sport and just watching the swing of emotions. One way or the other, chat. I'm just saying, chat, I've been in rooms. Okay, I went to a Super Bowl party years ago. And I was a stealth, not fan of football. But I was in the room and everybody in the room was a massive fan of this team. So I was just chilling. I'm just chilling there. And I was like, yay, go this team. And really, I was secretly rooting for them to lose. Right? just because I was like, I always cheer for the enemy team, right? So I was inside, I was going, yeah, other team. And chat, this is how it went. The team that everybody was rooting for was winning. They were crushing it. And then after halftime, something happened. And oh my gosh, it's like they forgot how to play the game. And they just started getting wiped. And it was a brutal, and so chat, imagine a room full of people, everybody's flipping hyped. Yeah, we're killing it. We're up like, they were up like 21 to like 6, right? And they were just dominating. It was crazy, right? And imagine watching this, like, yeah, let's flip and go. Everybody's hyped, everybody's pumped. The atmosphere is joyous. And there I am just watching, I'm like, yeah. And so I'm like, okay, this is fun. Okay, because here's the thing, chat. Whether they win or lose doesn't matter to me. So I get to celebrate in the win and I get to celebrate in the loss, right? So I'm enjoying the win with everyone. I'm like, yeah, this is so exciting. Yeah, we're winning. My team is winning. Sure, I'm like, okay, this is fun. And then when they started losing, I was like, oh no. But inside chat, I was like, yes, this is awesome. Yes. And oh my gosh, the atmosphere, chat. You could have cut a knife with the tension in the room. Everybody, it was like a funeral, chat. It was a funeral. And they ended up losing by like 20 points. Chat, oh man. And remember, like here's the thing, chat. That swing of emotions is worse than like if the team just gets hammered from the beginning. Because you don't experience that high. You know what I mean? Like there's a high that you get watching your team thinking they're gonna win. You're like, yeah, let's flip it, go. You flipping got it, yeah. To all of a sudden have like the wind sucked out of your sails. And you're just sitting there. And you're just like, oh, fudge. Oh, they're losing now. Oh, they're losing by a lot. Versus like the other way is they just lose from the beginning. Cause like once your team is down by like 7. So honestly, chat, I kind of wouldn't mind if the Chiefs kind of made a little comeback. Is there a fourth quarter? I feel like they got this. Cheer for the Chiefs with me, chat. Yay! Go, my favorite sports team. You've got this. I'm sorry, chat. I'm a monster. Just a little bit, chat. We like a little fun here, chat. We like a little bit of fun. But I will say, chat, if you are a fan of the Chiefs and you're currently experiencing the tidal wave of emotions that comes with watching your favorite team lose, I will say, I am not sorry. Just kidding. I apologize. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're going through this, and I hope everything picks up for you. 'Cause that can't be fun. I wish you the best. Genuinely, that is 100% sincere. They need a lot of touchdowns. Guys, don't feel sad. At least you're on the finals. The team I support didn't even get there. Hey, the semifinals, the second place person, chat, the second place team is just the biggest losers, okay? Like, they're just the last loser. Second place is no different from last place in the matter of who gets the most trophies. Something to think about. I'm just saying, chat. I'm just saying. Bro, I'm trying to make them feel better, and I'm saying it's a foolish cause. You should give up. Because you're not gonna make them feel better. They're right now. Here, let's ask. Any Chiefs fans feel better? Do any of you feel better here? Okay, there we go. None of them are here, so none of them can hear me. There we go. And Smommy, does Enstad follow the football? You should be like a motivational speaker or something. That'd be crazy. Could you imagine giving a speech to people to try and motivate them? Remember, it's all about success. Okay, just for the record, who's he cheering for out of curiosity? Just for the record, chat. I don't actually believe that winning is everything. It's all about the effort and energy you're putting in. Like, that's my real belief, but I will tease a little bit. He likes the Chiefs more than the Eagles, but they aren't his team. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. Tell him I hope he's doing okay. I have no respect for sports. I'm sorry, chat. It's just not sacred to me. It's okay. People can have their hobby. No, go away. Ah! Help! Anyway. He's enjoying the novelty of the horribleness. Yes! See? He gets it! There's something about watching a team do badly that is entertaining to watch. There's something about watching an absolute train wreck that can be fun. You can find joy and whimsy in anything, chat. Okay? Including a team just getting bodied. Okay? I mean, I'll ask Lucy later if she's a Chiefs fan or a Seagulls fan. Alright, we got more concrete, chat. Isn't that the other team, the Seagulls or whatever? Oh, the Eagles. That's what I meant. One of my cats like the Lions, the other like the Jaguars. Oh, that's cute. No, it's the Eagles. Oh. Seagulls are kind of like Eagles. Isn't there a team called the Seahawks? I swear there's a team called the Seahawks. And then there's also a team called the Hawks. And then isn't there a team called the Seagulls? I swear. There's like, I know there's a bunch of different teams. What are all of the bird teams, chat? Yeah, and the Bagels. There's a team called the Bagels. So there's a bunch of teams that have that goal sound at the end. So I don't think it's unrealistic. There is a Seagull team. I'm telling you, there is. And there's the Ravens. Yeah. There's tons of birds. Bengals, that's what I meant. There's no Seagulls? I'm telling you. Is there a college football team called this? I know there's a Seagull team. I'm telling you, there absolutely is. Bengals or Tigers? Oh, so they're not called the Bagels? Oh. Kind of disappointed in that. There's probably, maybe it's hockey. Okay, chat, I have a slight confession to make. I used to follow hockey quite a bit. I love hockey. Hockey's a great sport. I love when fights break out. That's my favorite part of it. But it's a great sport. What team? I didn't really have a team. I just enjoyed watching it. I thought you didn't like sports. I don't. But I enjoyed watching hockey because there were a lot of fights in it. And it was fun to watch when the fights would break out. But I also, my love for watching the hockey fights also became a genuine enjoyment of the game. It was actually fun to watch. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie, chat. Seriously, like, it was a fun, like, hockey is actually not a bad sport to watch. I think a lot of people go into it to watch the fights and then end up becoming more of a fan of it. Wow, we are making good progress, chat. Look at this. Okay. Once we get past this, chat, it's all gravy from here. Like, this is the hard part. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Woo! My favorite thing for hockey are the days where people throw stuffed animals on the ice to donate to charity. I went to a hockey game once, and people threw hockey pucks out on the ice, like hundreds of them. And then they came out and like swept them up. I went to another one where people threw pencils on the ice. That was weird. Apparently people brought a bunch of pencils. Fourth quarter. Okay, what's the score? What's the score, chat? I'm gonna predict the final score. Are you ready, chat? What's the current score? I'll tell you what the final score is gonna be. You get to be so toxic at hockey games. It's fun. There's something about hockey that just appeals to me. I don't know what it is. Sand. Sand, sand, sand. Surely we've got gravel in here. Six to 34. Okay, chat. Are you ready? This is my prediction. The Chiefs will score 2 more times. And the other team... So they're going to get 14 more points. The other team is going to get 1 more field goal. So... How many points do you get from a field goal? Like a kick. But you don't get a touchdown. So there you go. That was the kick. What just happened? Someone said 6 to 37. So the final score is going to be 6 plus 7 plus 7 to 37. That's what the final score is going to be. You ready, chat? That's the Badboyhalo prediction. Well, I'll be wrong if the other team manages to score at all. Maybe we could bet on the prediction? Maybe. I don't know. I don't want to gamble channel points in sports chat. Sports outcomes. Because I don't think anyone here knows the odds of that happening. We can place a bet on who wins. Let's do that. Mods, can we do a prediction on Chiefs or what's it called? Chiefs or what's the team? Eagles. Chiefs or Eagles? Mods, can we run a prediction on it? Yeah, the odds are way in the Eagles' favor. I recommend not betting more than a quarter of your channel points. I'm going all in. There's still a chance the Chiefs will make a comeback, so I'd be cautious, chat. Chiefs or the Seagulls? Are we going to prestige building? We might. We've been placing a lot of blocks, so maybe we will. What the fudge? This just drop? Does Ansmani not want to do it? I didn't get the prediction. Did it come up? Ah, there we go, chat. What's up? Here we go. I wish I had points to put in. The odds of the Chiefs making a comeback here are so low, but not impossible. Wow, you guys are giving the Chiefs a lot of confidence. 6-37. How many touchdowns do they need to win? 31 points. They need more than 4 touchdowns, chat. They need 5 touchdowns. And for the other team to not get any. You guys are really hoping, those of you who are betting on the Chiefs are really hoping for a miracle here. It's possible. You just gotta believe in them. He can do it. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying mathematically here. There's like 10 minutes left in the game. Yeah, you guys who are voting for the Chiefs, good luck on that. You can do it though. I believe in you. As if that is what the ultimate effect will. Imagine losing mini muffins on a football game. Why? How many timeouts left? That's a good point. I'm guessing the Chiefs have like no timeouts left. I know they get some. They get a few more like each quarter. That's true. If anyone does bet on the Chiefs and wins, that's a lot of points, chat. If the Chiefs win now, you guys are gonna make out like bandits. That's, you know what? Okay, yeah, some people are risk takers. Here we are. Add time, chat. See you in 30 seconds. If the Chiefs win, they deserve all the channel points. That's fair. I'll be mind blown if the Chiefs win. I'll be actually mind blown. I'm gonna be honest, if I was in this situation based on these odds, I'd probably throw like a handful of points in on the Chiefs just because they might win. And if they win, I put 20 on the Chiefs just to feel something. That's crazy. I had a friend tell me that once. Why do you listen to sad music? To feel something. I'm praying harder on the Chiefs' downfall now. See, now you guys understand the power of sports, chat. The power of sports. See, I have no dog in this fight now, so I just get to watch your swing of emotions. As the spectator, I'm winning here. You guys think you're winning, but I'm the one who's winning here. No matter who wins, maximum joy will be felt by me. I think I need more sand. Okay, let's take this. And let's check over here. Can't wait to watch Badboyhalo win the Super Bowl. Let's go. I think I got this. We have no gravel, chat. I'm a little torn, chat. I need more sand. Let's go mine some sand. In the same area. We'll go over there. Two ender arrows left. Ooh, you're right. Uh-oh. I think we got some more over here we can grab. Two! Chiefs just used the timeout. Uh-oh. We're approaching the endgame, chat. This is it. How much time do we have, chat, left in the game? Is there enough time for them to make a comeback? 40 Eagles, 6 Chiefs. Ooh. They did another kick. You know what, chat? Technically, I may still have my prediction right. If the... Because I think I physically made that prediction before they actually made it to 37. So maybe I'm right. I don't know. We'll still find out. But if the Chiefs don't score 2 more, which I doubt they will. That's sad, though. Could you imagine being a Chiefs fan right now? And you paid all this money. If you're someone who spent a bunch of money to go there, this has to... I'd be like super salty, chat. I'd be like, this is baloney. Like, that would suck. You'd just be really bummed out.
Stop it. Hmm. Huh. Why does stone and gravel have to look the same? It's good enough. All right. Chiefs will be traumatized for life. Oh, so unfortunate. Which I'm gonna be real, chat. I feel like this is a great reason not to go to any like final sports thing, because just the potential chance that this could happen, I think is the thing that would keep me like from going. Ooh, wait a minute, got an idea, chat. Hold on. Ah! Never mind, this is a bad idea. You know what? There's a thing to think about though, chat. There's something I hadn't thought about. I'm sure there are people who really like the Chiefs and who are really bummed out that they're losing. So maybe be kind to your fellow Chiefs fan, chat, because they're probably kind of bummed out right now. You know? And that's the thing, chap. It doesn't really cost us anything to be kind to them. And maybe as fun as it is to sort of tease them and be like, ah, why do you care so much about the football or whatever? Maybe there's things like that that we care too much about. You know, that we'd be bummed out too, you know? Huh. Yeah. No, that's a great point. Like Minecraft roleplay. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who wouldn't understand that. So there you go. We can have empathy to our fellow humans, even if at the same time we don't get it. And we find it kind of silly sometimes. Saying that after teasing is wild bad. Hey, sometimes you gotta tease a little bit to have a good thought / recuperation about it. I don't know. I don't know. It's okay, chat. Anyway. Probably. Alright, here we go. I think, chat, this should be all we need. Let's find out. Fudge. Ugh. Okay. Dang it! Okay, let's fix our pick, first and foremost. Concrete. Ah! 348. They've got it, chat. I believe. Let's believe in the Chiefs, chat. They can do it. Come on, Chiefs. You've got this. You just gotta believe in yourself.
Damn, we're out of this. Chiefs just got a 10-yard penalty. Wrong strategy. Wrong strategy. Okay? You can do it. You've got this. You've got this. Remember, take the ball to the end zone. They're getting desperate now. They're getting desperate now. This is where the knives come out. Different strategy, different strategy. If there's no players on the other team, we can still win this. We can still win this. No, Chiefs, what are you doing? I believe, chat. Did anyone just see something like flicker in the air up there? I was hoping there would be some Enderic arrows. Feel free to write a book for the library. Never! I don't believe in reading. Touchdown! That's the beginning, chat. This is how the comeback starts. Yeah! They still have a chance, chat! They still have a chance! Oh, touchdown, Chiefs! Let's go. You can do it. I always believed in them. Don't call me a fake fan. I believed. I need more gravel, chat. The worst part is I have to walk. They got the 2-point conversion. Yeah, did they get the extra point? I was cheering for them the whole way, chat. I was cheering for the Chiefs the whole way. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. I knew they could do it. 14-40, no shot. I knew it! 14-40, let's go! This is it! They're coming back, chat! They're coming back! This is it! The Eagles just got penalized at the kickoff. Let's go! It's a comeback meta, chat! It's a comeback meta! See, chat, you're about to witness something spectacular. Are you ready? Nothing is as painful, chat, as when your team is doing awfully and getting their butts kicked and then just comes back and dominates. Because all you're feeling, chat, the whole time is, why? Why didn't you do this earlier? Why? Why? So get ready, chat. None of the Chiefs fans will feel satisfied by this at all. Two minutes, 54 seconds left. Chat, I think it's possible. I think it's still possible. So if they get 7 more, one more touchdown, that takes it to 21. Right? And if they get another touchdown after that, that takes it to 28. And then, if they get another touchdown after that, that takes it to 35. And then if they take the knives out. Anyway. It may not be possible. Instead said no, not possible, not even in a perfect world. You don't know that. It could be possible. It could be. I'm gonna believe, chat. I'm not a fake fan like you guys. I'm gonna believe in them. I'll believe in my Chiefs. Nah, they're already partying. Really? No shot. Did they pour the Gatorade already? Could you imagine, chat? If they poured the Gatorade? No shot! They poured the Gatorade before it's even over? Oh gosh. No, that's embarrassing. That's awful. What a horrible thing, chat. Oh, that's crazy. They did. It was yellow. The coach is already wet. Oh, chat. That's mean. Imagine if they just pull all their players off the field and they just start celebrating. And like the Chiefs are like, no, we can still do it. We can still do it. That's foul, chat. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty messed up. That's also pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Just run around for the last couple of minutes. There you go. It's bad manners. It's also hilarious. That's what I'm saying. That would be really funny. Like, imagine you're guaranteed to win. There's no way you can lose. You're like, I'm basically gonna win this no matter what. And you just walk off the field. You're just like, yeah, whatever. I don't even care anymore. And you just start running in circles. If I was a Chiefs player, I'd just start a fight. Oh man, I hope no one bet big channel points on the Chiefs having an epic comeback, chat. What's the most amount of channel points? I want to hear it from the people who bet on a Chiefs win. How many channel points did you bet? If you bet on the Chiefs to win, put the number of channel points you risked in chat. I'm curious. I bet 300. Okay, wait. There were a lot. There were like almost 500,000. So somebody out there put a lot. Where's Colbert? Colbert, you in the chat? Okay. Umi Doodles went with 250K? Why, Umi? 30 because I misclicked. 50K have over 1 mil? That's crazy. That's insane. 50K, wow. That's pretty nuts, not gonna lie. Colbet's on a win streak. Oh yeah, Colbet, did you bet for or against? I guess a win streak of 1 is still a win streak. Did you bet for or against Philly winning? I'm curious. Two people put at 250K? Oh my gosh. I'm curious though, are they Chiefs fans? Now I'm kind of wondering. He also won the last prediction, so he bet against Pele. Yeah, the odds were not good for the Chiefs win. But don't worry guys, I still feel like the Chiefs can come back. I still feel like they have a chance, chat. Does anyone agree with me? Raise your hand if you think the Chiefs have a chance. Hands up! Raise your hand, chat! Sorry, I didn't mean to yell. That's crazy. Ah. I think they do, chat. They can still win. What's the score, chat? What's the score? Don't count them out yet. Don't count them out. I don't see any hands up. Come on, chat. Hands up. They've got this. They're gonna crush this, chat. Get ready. They're gonna win. I'm feeling it. I'm sensing it. Oh no, it's like a minute left. Never mind, chat. Never mind. Never mind. Maybe next year, chat. I think the Chiefs will win next year. They're doomed. Oh. Send a kind word, chat, to a Chiefs fan in your life. Someone in Philly is getting hurt, win or lose. Is that where it is? Philadelphia? Oof. Okay, I'm about to blow your guys' mind about something that's gonna blow your mind. Ready? Did you guys know that in baseball, not all the stadiums are the same size? Touchdown Chiefs? No way! They can do it! Run it up! Run it up! 20-40, they've got this. They'll get the one more point. Boom! Let's go! Let's go! This is it, chat. The win is coming. I can sense it. You think I was joking, chat, but I'm dead to rights. All right, and look at that. We finish with the powder at the same point, or the concrete. Let's go. We just finished with the concrete, chat. I'm happy. Okay, we do need to do one more layer. They tried so hard and they got so far, but in the end, I guess it didn't even matter. Had to fall to lose it all, chat, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. Garbage time. Woo! They at least hit the halfway point. They did great, chat. Let's all celebrate. They did awesome. When you try your best, when you don't succeed. Okay, I'll stop. We'll be nice. We'll be nice to our fellow Chiefs fans. Oh yeah, what was gonna blow your minds? All baseball fields, chat, there is no regulation about how big a baseball field has to be. So, depending on how big your field is, will depend on like how many points you get. Think about that. So like, literally some teams might get more touchdowns just because their field is bigger. Or not bigger, smaller. So it's easier to hit the ball all the way to the end. Like the home runs. Did I say touchdown? Home runs. Isn't that wild? You know what I meant. The amazing baseball touchdown. Everybody knows about that. Yeah, so home runs. So home runs are easier to get. The game's not over. Did the Chiefs get another touchdown? Chiefs got the 2-point conversion again? No shot! They're on fire, chat. They might be able to win this. Oh my goodness. How much time is on the clock? Surely it's enough time that they can pull a win, right? 50 seconds left. Okay, so they need what? 3 touchdowns in that time? They can do it! Chat, they can do it! That's possible. Chat, all they have to do, run the ball off. Listen, the time stops moving if you run the ball into the, whatever you call it. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. The other team, there's a strategy in football, chat, where they take it and they will immediately down the ball and then they just let the clock run out. Yeah, it's over. It's over, chat. It's about to be over because they can just run the clock down. Did I just get hit by an arrow from one of these dudes? I did. It's over. It's all over. It's all over. The Chiefs, no! Everybody who bet on the Chiefs just lost a bunch of channel points. I'm sorry. The Eagles have done it. Let's go. Yippee! Sorry, some blanket. That sucks. From the other room, I told you it's over bad. That's crazy. What is that? I told you it's over bad. That's crazy. What? From Enstotter? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's actually ridiculous. They could have won. Imagine they had won that. Oh well. GG Eagles, you did great. Alright, chat. Congrats to all the Eagles predictors. 6-22. Don't be that surprised. I guarantee you the Eagles were not trying their hardest. Partially because it's bad manners in football to run up the clock. Or run up the score. So that's why if you look at the sporting disparity, in general, if a team is dominating, they try not to dominate too much. So they go a little bit easier because it's considered bad manners to just go full meme. Anyway. We did it! Alright, do we have enough tough to do the next layer? We might, chat. Bad, can you tell us a spooky story? I could. You know what? I should take some concrete and go around and at least make this a little more jagged. I'm gonna do that. Because that'll be easier to do than going and doing it later. I did tell you guys a spooky story actually earlier. Did you run ads? Ad time, chat. All right. 9 million point payout. Let's go. GG, chatters. GG to those of you who walked away. Loaded. I ran the ads, chat. Thank you. Okay. Here's what we need to do. Certain places we just go boop. Do 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 do. There you go. Hi Halo, you ever make another official song like Muffin? No, I haven't. Thank you for the question. Not yet, at least. Maybe at some point. Hold on. Boop. Okay. It was pretty good, chat. It was a good line kind of break thing. I'm adding in kind of the jaggedness to it. That way I can add in kind of the random pattern. Because I'm going to go in later and kind of fill that in. So this will be kind of the way we add the texture. Doing death metal. Badboyhalo doing death metal. Yeah, let's get right on that one. I'm not saying it would be fun, but I don't know. I don't know, chat.
Quack.
Trying to do like a quasi-random one. Congrats! Oh, wait, thank you, Arya Storm, for the 5 gifted. Hi. Thank you. That's not what I thought that was. Thank you, thank you. Muffin death metal cover when? Soon. Hype train! There we go. That's just the right amount of jaggedness. Thank you, Fairy Fox, for the 27 months, Fairy Fox Ash. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. You're too sweet, Fairy. I remember the picture that we drew for you, the Fairy Fox one. Whoa, 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 Quada, calm down, calm down, listen, don't listen to them. Like, I did not do that, that is not true, they're spamming propaganda. Okay, don't listen to them. It's literal propaganda, don't fall for it. You're better than this, Quadalada, you're better than this. Guys, be quiet, chat. Alright, there we go. That looks good. Don't listen to them, they're being ridiculous. They don't know what they're saying, Quada. The eyes are mine, guys. You get the other bits. That's crazy. I need mine eyes. I'm kidding. Okay, I didn't mean it, Quada. I didn't mean it. Look, we live in a society, okay? That society is built on trust. Trust me that they're lying, Quada. They're lying. Chat, you're no fun. I'll give you Lucy pictures. You guys can have Lucy, all the Lucy pictures you want. That's crazy. Why am I being bullied? Whoa! Woe is me, chat. Woe is me, chat. Alright, that looks pretty good. Think we can go around with the tough and do the same thing. Alright, chat. Let's go do a layer of tough around the top. Then we'll have made a ton of progress. Here we go. All right, to about here. I feel like this isn't tall enough. May have to do one more layer around the top. Okay. Look at how cool this is coming along, chat. Look at that. You guys thought I wouldn't be able to do it. You really did. You thought that. But look. It's so good. Then we just gotta go around and replace some of the darker bits. The rest of the top is gonna be mostly stone and stone brick. You know what? I just realized. Look at that. Look at that. That looks awesome. This guy looks so good. Definitely am gonna have to add some concrete powder in here. Because you're right, the transition between dark and light is just too vivid. The concrete powder will help with that. I'm gonna have to replace probably like half of it. Okay, chat. It is time for art. Are you guys ready? We're gonna go check on art. This giant pile of offenses committed by the gremlin. No. Oh, marbles. I don't know about tonight for marbles, but how about this? We will do a marbles game tomorrow. Not necessarily at the end of stream. We'll just pick a time and we'll do a throwback marbles game. How do you guys feel about that? Don't leave those diamonds in the chest pad. I don't think anyone would steal them. They kind of messed up. wish we'd gotten to hang out more with Chip, but I think Chip had stuff to do probably. Chip! Maybe Chip cut his quota that early and had to go. No, Chip! They sold the diamonds at the cathedral, chestmate. Yeah, but that was like less than a stack. I'll definitely move them though, don't worry. Okay, let's finish the tower. That way we can look at half of it. Okay. We'll be able to say this half is good. We'll just finish this tower, then we'll call it for now. Never mind, we're out of stuff. Okay. That's all we got for now. All right. Look at the progress chat. So. These towers in the front are going to be about that tall. Very imposing. These walls will be about there, so tall. Hold on, let me pull open the thing. Yeah, so imagine like big pillars kind of right here. Big green banners hanging on them. It just looks menacing, chat. Just menacing. Then imagine that going all the way around. Big green spires in the back. This is the outline, chat. So what I'm going to do is on the inside. So it's going to be a big fortress that goes around like an interior, right? And then I might at some point build a big just kind of center thing in the middle, right? But we also might just turn this into like a base of operations, like a hangout place. Maybe a little round table kind of structure in the middle, something like that. It's a very evil lair. Evil, chat. Evil. Nya, 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 nya. All right. Let's go, chat. Come on. All right. Art time. A war room. A war room. How's Rat doing? Rat's doing good. Thank you for asking. Art. These calls to me, chat. Let's see if we got any art today. Oh my flipping gosh. Alright, we'll save the art after we look at it. Lost in the darkness. Lost in pain and sadness. But I will. Nothing there. I think we got here a little early for some people. Tiny, very cute. Mini Rachel. Koala. That looks good. I like it. Quackity face. Pink ducky today. Aye! No. Egg pyre. Never forget the egg pyre, chat. Let's flipping go. I love the egg pyre. This is cool. Look at this, chat. Oh, this is really cool. Thank you. I really like this. Let's go. Oh. This is really cool, in fact. Oh my gosh. I like the little lines and the eyeballs. Our beloved egg chat, we miss you. We miss you, egg. Does anyone remember the egg's name, chat? Does anyone remember? BBH, July, Melon, Cass, Ame, Tina, Chrissy, Mahan, anything but Rachel, Cashew, Mio. Hi, Rachel. What is my name? Rachel. Hi. Hello. Forgive me. Oh! Look what Tall Righteous is working on. That'll look cute when it's done. Oh! Why'd I continue going down? Holy muffin. Oh my gosh. What the actual muffin? This is so cool. This is so cool! Good gosh, this is so cool. I really like this, chat. The Potato War. Very cool. This is so cool. What a nice piece of techno fan art.
Bad Jets wanted to thank you for being such an awesome streamer. Been watching you since QSMP and I just love how incredible your streams are.
Aww. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You are way too kind. You know that? Oh, these are cute. Ooh. Thank you very much, Mary Moo. I appreciate that. You're very sweet. That's very sweet of you to say. Also, whoa, Mahan, this looks awesome. What a cool style. Holy fudge. I love this. Thank you, Mary Moo. I hope you're having a good day. Hopefully your favorite team in the Super Bowl won. I'm very happy and I hope that's the case. That's kind of cute. I like this a lot. This is very cute. Thank you, Mahan. Doozy. Tay. Doozy! That's wild. I love it, I love it. What do you guys think? Are we still fans of the name Doozies? The Doozies. I gotta say, that name is a doozy. Whoa. Oh my gosh. This is wild. Holy fudge. This is awesome. Oh, snap. Look at that. Dang. This looks so cool. Holy fudge. I really like this a lot. This is so cool. Oh my gosh. Very nice. Thank you so much. Study, 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 study. I'm not saying go study. Oh my goodness. This is, look chat, this is them. They drew this instead of studying. What are you doing? Study first, draw later. You're crazy. Oh my gosh. Oh. 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 This is cool, Murmur. It's a dinosaur. A dino chicken. I like it. Big chimkin. Big chimkin. It's a chimkin chop. Quetzalcoatlus. I don't know what that is. It's not a dinosaur, so it's just a chicken? It's a goofy chicken? A goofy chicken. I like it. Quetzalcoatlus. Quetzalcoatlus? Quetzalcoatlus. Quetzalcoatlus. It's a Quetzalcoatlus chat. Can't believe you didn't know that. I like the scenery though. It looks really cool. Very nice. Good job. A giant turkey. Honestly, I gotta say, and I'm not lying when I say this, this is really cool. Why? Why do you do this to me? Why do you hurt me, Shu? Why do you hurt me, Shu? Do you hate me? How have I wronged you? What have I done? Did I do something? Did I not stream enough for you? Is that what happened? Ugh. I give up. It's payback for the tears you made us shed. How is this payback? I don't deserve this. Stop it. That's really cute though. Shoe plus Moju. Splat. Kitty. Very cute. Loving the art, chat. Burger time. Burger time. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. Alright. Very cute art. Noel. MDL. Very cute. Chat. Not this. Everything else. Everything else is great. I'm impressed. Good work, everybody. Alright, everybody. We are going to call it for tonight. And I am gonna raid somebody. 1 second. Click, click, click. Let's see. Who do we want to raid, chat? I don't think Puffy's live today. Is Puffy live today, chat? I don't think so. Did you enjoy hanging out with Puffy later or yesterday, chat? Oh, hold on. Wait, what? I knew I forgot saying. Sorry, chat. I forgot saying. Yeah, I do saying later. Alright, chat. Skeppy? Hold on. Expand 1. Expand 1. Did you enjoy the Puffy stream the other day? I heard Puffy talked about the boxing match. Skim, save, museum, canvas, day 57. Alright, chat. I am going to raid somebody. 1 second. Okay. Hold on. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna send you guys off. Boop. Go tell AMZ I said hello. Be on your best behavior, chat. Have a good night. I'm gonna pop on the realm maybe later. But I will see you later, chat. Tomorrow, chat, is when we get up to the real shenanigans. Because tonight, I'm probably gonna put more traps. But we also have to finish some stuff for tomorrow. I might work on the castle a little bit more. I'll keep you posted. I'm probably not going to get on the realm anymore tonight. I might call it a night. We'll see. Alright, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me. I hope you guys had a good night and a good day. And thank you guys. Goodbye, friends. See you at the event. Goodbye, everyone. See ya, see ya. Are you excited? Goodbye. Bon noite, buenas noches, bom dia. Bye, chat.